Okay. I think I changed something that may fix it. We'll just chill for a minute and see how the stream handles. I'm eating potatoes that I made. They're really good. You know the like Fiesta potatoes and stuff that you can get at Taco Bell? I like looked up a recipe and I made some myself and they came out really good. I'll show you one. Little potato. It's good. Here we go. It seems like it's working. I'm not seeing any errors. How's it look for you right now? Here, let me refresh stream on my phone. It looks good for me on my end. I'm surprised, to be honest. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay. So I had to turn down the quality of the stream, and then I had to make it towards using more of my CPU. But it seems like my computer's handling it. So, it's good. Alright. Alrighty, let's get back to it. Here, let me drink some of this really quickly. If it works, yeah. I will not be mad about it working. Stream quality's pretty low now, but like, the best I can do, so I'll have to figure something else out in the future. It's good. Alright. Forgot what they were talking about before I went and got food and stuff. Atmosphere. About that. I love atmosphere. Festival. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, that makes sense. Yuri's expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk in focus and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see. That's great. You'll be a wonderful help, Yuri. But anyway, that just leaves you, Jacob. The one who is truly useless. Ah, don't say that. In fact... Gotta get my girl voice ready. Both Natsuki and Yuri both have pretty heavy tasks to handle. It would probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. You could always help me out as well. I would be really appreciative of that. That's... Is Monica suggesting I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are they gonna respond to a suggestion like that? I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help. Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some dirty work I could give you. It's not like Monica's going to give me a choice, and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway. Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that. If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own. Jacob may not like to be around if you only make him out to be a nuisance, so therefore, you may be more suited to assisting with decorations. Hold on. I never said that. How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway? Sounds more like you're just making excuses for Jacob to... What are you saying? It'll be extremely meticulous work. And baking, isn't it? So what do you think? Guys, let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Jacob to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten the chance to spend any time with me yet, you know. There's a little blush under those eyes, alright. It's a little scary. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. So I'm sure he's interested in... You literally just said... I'm surprised as well. Sorry. I was just saying, though. Jeez. Can we just settle this already? Yeah. Jacob, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you. Of course. Very well. In that case, never look straight at me. So Sayori left school today. Sayori all the way, she's the only one not acting jealous about it. That's a really good point, Replay. That's a really, really good point. I'm seeing your wisdom right now. I'm seeing the way of Sayori right now. A little bit. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, like she left school and she was really upset. And she was like kind of making excuses. And like, I know what that can mean. And that could mean something really bad. That's how it feels in my mind right now. Like when somebody's not doing well and they tell you, hey, I'm not doing well, I'm having a bad day, you can work with that. And usually those people are redeemable in that moment. Their mood is redeemable, their day is redeemable, their feelings, you know what I mean? When someone just like walks away and doesn't tell you anything about what's going on, apparently she told Monica about what's going on, but when I asked Monica, Monica was like, anyway. So I feel like I need to pick Sayori. Isn't Sayori gonna be working with Monica though? Wasn't that like the game plan? Let's just hit that. Let's just hit that. I mean, if it's going to be anyone, then I prefer helping Sayori. I mean, we're already neighbors, and... But Monica said that Sayori was helping her. Jeez. Do you really hate us that much? No. Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be difficult. So hitting Sayori there didn't even matter. Alright. That makes me think that she's not even an option for me in this game. Like, nope, but it showed that you're embracing it. Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. That makes me think, though, that, like, she's not even really a choice in this sim, like, dating sim. Like, that she's not even a choice. But, like, maybe my vibe of her being my friend was right. Is kind of what it seems like. I don't know. We'll figure it out. If I do have a choice though, like out of all these people, I would pick Yuri every time. Well, I'll probably be the most useful helping out Yuri. Me? Are you serious? Why would you? Natsuki? I can already tell you're about to say something mean. No, I'm just saying. So you'll be helping Yuri then, Jacob? Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm glad. I have a bad habit of overthinking these sort of things. So I think your assistance will be very useful. It's great to hear. You can still go Sayori if you want to. If anything, you can't go for Monica. Okay. You can't even make... Yeah, that's a good point. I noticed that as well, that Monica was like the only one that like wasn't on the list of 3 sprites in the poem. But she still flirts with me a little bit. And I've noticed that. It's a little bizarre. Like this moment here where she's like, oh, what if he wants to come with me? And then everyone's like, what? Like Yuri's like, what? Natsuki's like, what? Monica's like started out giving me a weird vibe, and it's just like steadily increased To this point where like she's really sussy. Sussy Baka. Sussy Baka indeed. That's great to hear. Natsuki, will you be able to handle the baking yourself? I mean, yeah. You think Monica's like half messing with you? You know what? That would make sense. Cause like she's like, oh, they want you so much, I want you too, kind of thing. That's kind of funny. I mean, yeah. I already said I would be fine. Okay, okay. Everyone can tell that Natsuki's feeling a little sour. So is that everything we needed to go over? Yeah, that should be about it. Are you guys excited? Well, excited may not be the right word, but I suppose I'm looking forward to it a little bit. Do you feel the same way, Jacob? Me? I guess you could say I'm interested to see how it'll turn out. That's good enough for me. What about you, Natsuki? Natsuki? What? Why is everyone yelling at me? I didn't even do anything. That's not what I meant at all. Yuri anxiously glances between everyone in the room. I'm sorry for this. I don't really know why Jacob picked me, and also, your cupcakes are the best cupcakes I've ever had. They go really well with my tea, and nothing that I do for the event will compare to that, so... Her being outgoing mixed with you knowing her might make her feel comfortable enough to make jokes like that. That's a good point. Yeah. And nothing that I do for the event will compare to that, so... So... I get it, I get it. I'm kinda surprised, though. Why? Well, I'm the one acting immature. I already know that. But you're trying to cheer me up all of a sudden. I know, and I'm not very good at it. I'm sorry if I said something bad. Natsuki isn't the only one surprised. Monica and I are taken aback by Yuri's words. When she already has trouble with words, trying to cheer someone up must be far out of her comfort zone. But I begin to understand. Yuri was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say at a time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves. How many times have you played this game? Or like, do you watch people play it often? Because I'm like that with a few shows, honestly. Like, there's like a handful that like I could like write a script of a therapy session with those characters and myself as a therapist, and it would make complete sense. Like, people would be like, wow, this could be an episode of the show. Like, there's definitely some characters that I completely understand. Like Tony Soprano, probably. Like Homer Simpson. Jerry Seinfeld, George Costanza, Kramer. Like, there's a lot of like old 90s TV characters I could do that with, or like 2000s as well. I've never played it because I don't want this on my Steam, but I've watched it a ton, especially recently. Why don't you want it on your Steam? You just like, you just don't want people to see that you play it? That's kind of funny. On every single social media I have, I was like, I've never played this game before, we're gonna play this today, yo, come check it out. Look at it. I mean, yeah, it's what it is. It is what it is. I'm very proud of what I like. I don't like the people that make us feel embarrassed to like what we like, you know? Like, those people are sad and bored. You don't want people to think I'm into dating sims? That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Because, well, you're not. Yeah, this game feels like very unique. It doesn't really have like a average dating sim vibe to it. I've never played one before, but I've watched like one or two, and they're usually boring as shit. This one has like subtlety and like nuance to it, and really good storytelling and writing. The poetry is great. Like, it feels like an actual like anime, like a good anime that's just told in a different format. I like it. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves.
No.
Kinda appreciated it. I'm sorry for making a big deal out of nothing, but I'm gonna say this. You better bet that my cupcakes are gonna be the best part of the whole event. I believe you. Yeah! I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today, so I guess it's time for us to head out. Alright, let's get out of here then. Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monika and Natsuki out the door as they chat between each other. Yeah? I turn around. Sorry. I realized that I don't have any way of contacting you this weekend. Oh, you're right. I can't believe that slipped my mind. Should I give you my phone number? The only anime you've ever watched is like Pokemon at your friend's house and half a One Punch Man episode. Watch Samurai Champloo. I don't watch a lot of anime either, but Samurai Champloo is one of the greatest stories I've ever seen in, like, anything. It's really, really good. Like, it made me sob. It's so good. It makes you sob from sadness, but also appreciation of beauty. It's really masterful. It's amazing. I think that would be the best way, yes. Alright then. Yuri and I exchange phone numbers. Okay. Then I'll be stopping by your house on Sunday. Eh? My house? Is that a problem? No, not at all. I just thought that I would be the one going to your house since I'm the one helping you. I suppose that makes sense, but if you don't mind, I think I'd prefer going to your house. Okay, okay. Alright. In that case, it won't be a problem. Well, I would say I'd look into it, but I'm really bad at that, so sorry. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's like, if you ever see it on, I think it's on Hulu for free. If you ever just, like, want something to watch, Samurai Champloo, I'll say it so often that you never forget it. I decided not to press Yuri for a reason. It's not like it should matter much either way, so I'll just need to make sure my room is clean. I hope I managed to make myself useful in some way. I'm not nearly as creative as you are. Don't underestimate yourself, Jacob. I think we'll make a very productive team. Even if you only choose me because you felt bad or something. Wait, you don't actually think that, do you? I don't know. It's difficult to come up with any other reason you may have chosen me. You're forgetting the one reason with the most common sense. I chose to help you because that's what I want to do. But Yuri thinks to herself with an extremely tense expression. Yuri, you're overthinking this. You wanted me to point out when you're overthinking, right? Eh? I didn't realize. I'm telling you I want to. That's all there is to it. Do you believe me? Yuri thinks really hard again. She looks straight into my eyes for a long while. I believe you. As if it took tremendous effort, Yuri finally says that and relaxes her expression. And I'm really looking forward to Sunday. Yeah, I am too. After that exchange, I make my way out the door and Yuri follows. I can't believe this. Yuri's going to be coming to my house on Sunday, even though I would have preferred to do this with Sayori. Because I made that decision. My anxiety still shoots through the roof. I guess I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point. But who knows what might end up happening when we're outside of school. She even told me she was looking forward to it. Shake my head. Why do I feel so nervous that Sayori finds out about this? It's not like we feel that way about each other. Besides, like Monika said, this is about the club. Jesus, my brain's starting to die. I've been reading for like 6 hours today now. I know this is random, but I really love Adventure Time for some reason. I know what that is, yeah. I watched that like as it was coming out on TV. I know it ended at a certain point, and that the last season gets like insane, but I haven't seen it. I didn't watch like, I don't know how many seasons there are, but I probably watched like the first 3 or 4 a lot, and then I think I was just busy in life after that. I just kind of didn't think about it for a while. It's good though. It's a good show. It's funny. That's cool. That's really cool. Okay. Here, I'm gonna hit this vape one more time. There's 10 seasons of Adventure Time? Holy shit. So I only saw like the first third of it, really. Okay. I have nothing to worry about. If I just go with it, then I'll have a good time. It's already Sunday. Oof. That happened fast. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Yuri's upcoming visit. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. Yuri is clearly an introvert, and also an intimate person in general. There's no doubt that she'll open up a little bit when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, we've even been texting occasionally. She was extremely apprehensive at first, but it wasn't long before I was already learning more about her. But putting Yuri aside, I haven't heard a thing from Sayori since she left club early the other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. But when Sayori said, and what Monica said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? Then they made specials where, like, Marceline and What? What the fuck? They killed Finn and Jake in Adventure Time? That's ridiculous. Why? But why? I don't understand. I don't get it. Why would they do that? That's like a fucking shit on my childhood. What is that? I don't like that. It hurts my feelings. Why would they kill Finn and Jake? Well, the series ended. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Did they, like, save the world by dying at the very least? Did they, like, sacrifice themselves for the greater good? They reincarnated together? That show changes a lot from what I saw. That sounds absolutely batshit insane. That sounds cool, though. I'm gonna have to watch that. I'll check that out at some point. I decide to visit Sayori before Yuri comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her, I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Again, we used to play so often that we made it a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we're family. The house is quiet. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's already strange of her to not run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom where I finally find her. Sayori? Okay. Music just got super emotional, Jesus. Minor key. Hi, Jacob. I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us. You haven't come over like this in a long time, have you? I guess you're right. It's been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decorations that she's had for years now. Hehehe. If you came over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess. That's because I always end up cleaning it for you. How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Yuri today? Yeah, but... Wait, how did you know that? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting. Monica told me. It's only natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna remember that. Something weird about that. Something weird about Monica. She's a shit stirrer. There's a big puddle of shit. And me and Yuri are over here trying to float in the shit. Fucking Monica just has a big paddle. She's just swirling this shit around. She's like, eh, heh, 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 heh. That's what I'm thinking right now. I think she likes it. She likes fucking with me. Let's continue. Ah, that's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to be helping Monica today? Of course. But I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything. So it's just me and Yuri then? Yep. There's more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you were doing. After you left on Friday, when Something's wrong. You can't hide it from me. I know you too well. So... Sayori smiles, shaking her head. That's no good, Jacob. Huh? Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have even been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? This reminds me of, Cookie. When she was, like, given the cookie, and she was like, this is my retribution. She seems to have, like, a masochistic personality, to some degree, where she thinks, like, she deserves punishment, for some reason. Here, I'm gonna get a little more comfortable, give me a second. Cool, we're chilling. Alrighty. So stream looks great right now. We're having like almost no issues, which is fantastic. It's a welcome change from earlier. I think I fixed it with whatever I did, so hopefully we can keep it that way for the rest of the game. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It just wants to torture me. Hehehe. Sayori. I grabbed Sayori by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Sayori gives me an empty smile. It's sad. You really put me in a trap, Jacob, but nothing happened to me? I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time. Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori? Hehehe. You're really just gonna make me say it, aren't you, Jacob? I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is... Yeah, that's kind of what I expected from her, honestly. I feel bad for her, but... I could spot that a mile away. People-pleasing is typically something that depressed people do. They, like, overcompensate, they don't think of themselves, and they try to make everyone else happy. In many different phases in my own life, I found myself with nothing left after being that way. It's hard, you know? I can see that in this character as well. I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. Damn. I feel that. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? It's sad. Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy and care into waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. And that's why I just want to make everyone happy, without anyone worrying about me. I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Let me move the mic just a little bit. That should be good. Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayori? Why is it that you've never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you. Even if there's only so much I could do. I would have tried a little bit harder to make every day a little better for you. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me. So the main character is taking a path here that I don't exactly agree with her. This is not how you handle people with severe depression. I just feel like I should say that as a PSA. You definitely don't yell at them, and you don't blame them. But you have to show them what they can do to improve their life and make it easy. Put it in like a step by step by step. And make the first step a baby step. You just have to help people along that path instead of being like, I have a magic wand, I'll cure your depression for you with my love for you. Like, that's not how life works. It's a really shitty take on the main character's part to treat someone that way. It's okay though. I mean, he's a kid, to be fair, he probably doesn't know better. All you had to do was tell me. He's just thinking about himself, yeah. You don't understand it all, Jacob. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes. But it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. Damn. That's a weird thing to laugh after you say. That's why I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club, it felt like a spear going through my heart. So that's why. That's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt. You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. It's a stupid thing to say. I remember when I was in high school, I was depressed in high school too. That's a thing I've dealt with pretty much since I was like 10. But I was dating a girl who was depressed, and even with depression, I remember kind of speaking to her this way. Being like, look, I'll do whatever it takes to help you. That's not really how it works. What a depressed person needs is, it's like, to be able to reach inside themselves, to draw upon something that makes them want more, you know? Like when you don't want anything in life, that's a dangerous place to be. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do. No, Jacob. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I'm selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am. Tears streaked down Sayori's face. I made you join the literature club because I was selfish. I was punished by my heart hurting in a way I couldn't understand. And now you came here and I made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish. That's all I am. That's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one. Without thinking, I once again grabbed Sayori's shoulders. This time, I pull her into a tight embrace. Jacob, Sayori, I don't care if you're selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. I'm friends with everyone else. That's just a bonus. But please never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Jacob. Sayori isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear. He's trying. That's a good point, reflect. He just doesn't know any better. He's trying his best, though. Sayori. No. Don't do this to me. Please don't do this. Jacob. Hi. Sayori barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. All I want is for her to know that I care. That's a really potent sentence. So far, I gotta be honest, I didn't expect the writing to be so good in this game. I know it's like about a literature club, just in general. Like, this is written really, really well. Did this win any awards? Because it definitely deserves some. I'm blown away by the quality of this game. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away. And if there's anything you need me to do, then you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't. I don't know. I don't know. Gently, Sayori finally puts her arms around me in return. I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings, Jacob. I wouldn't be surprised either if this game won, like, multiple writing awards. Like, especially, like, Indie Game of the Year. It's kind of insane if this game doesn't win something like that, or didn't. I don't know when it came out, but just the quality here is incredible. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm, and that's really scary too. Sayori lets me go. As she does, I let her go as well. The festival's tomorrow? Yeah. It's gonna be fun, right? Yeah. How would you like for me to spend it all with you? Um, it's what I want. 2017 it came out. Oof. Wow, I'm surprised it's been out so long and I never played this. I promise. I think that would be nice then. Yeah. Sayori wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all the days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel. No, don't. Please don't. If you did that, then I really wouldn't forgive you, but it's almost time for Yuri to meet me at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. To my surprise, Sayori shakes her head. I'm sorry. I just don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right? It's kind of hard for me to fully understand. I'm trying my hardest. It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. I look forward to it. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. I feel like I'd start crying if I were. I mean, I'm pretty immersed in this, to be honest. I'm pretty, like... That was heavy. That was a very heavy scene that we just saw. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy. But it's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Yuri is about to come over too. I think Sayori's right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. As I approach my house, I see something that makes me feel a moment of panic. Yuri? She's already here? Holy shit. Thank goodness. You're a little early. I'm sorry I wasn't home yet. Were you waiting for a long time? No, I just got here. But I started to get really nervous when nobody answered the doorbell. You could always have texted me. I think the slower pacing really does this game a favor in getting you more attached to everyone. I think so too. I like the pace of this so far. You always could have texted me. If I had known, I would have reassured you and hurried more on my way home. I suppose that's true. I didn't think of that for some reason. It should be common sense to do that, but I decided to ignore it. Anyway, let's go inside. I see you brought a lot of stuff with you. That's right. And did you manage to find everything I asked you to buy as well? Yeah, pretty much. At least I hope I got everything right. I'm sure it'll be fine. I need water. Water! Water! My throat's just starting to get dry. I can feel it. Doing the girl voice is getting hard. Okay. I can't get the cap back on. It's like one of those stupid half caps. I don't know why they make these. The worst. I take Yuri to my room. The first thing she does is glance around curiously. Now it's time for him to flirt with Yuri, not even a single hour. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like to an extent it's not the main character's fault. Like, none of it really is. Like, she is just being way too hard on herself, Sayori. Like, she's the one who brought you into the literature club, so I feel like she doesn't think enough of things through. Like, if she kind of felt a way about you and then decided, like, oh, I'm gonna invite him into this literature club with all these other girls, like, I mean, at that point, it's like a 1 in 4 chance that she's gonna get to live her fantasy if she doesn't say anything, you know what I mean? Like, if it's just up to me, it's a 1 in 4 chance. I don't know. Also, like I said earlier, she doesn't seem like somebody who needs a relationship. She doesn't seem like she can handle it. And now, after what we just saw, that's definitely true. Like, love doesn't cure depression. That's a real hard lesson to, like, accept, I think, but it's very true. Like, sure, it can, like, alleviate your negative feelings for a little bit, but it's not a cure for anything. It just is what it is. The first thing she does is glance around curiously, which makes me feel anxious. It's so clean. I cleaned it before you came over, so that's very considerate of you to do. No. I would be really embarrassed for my room to be a mess while you were here. Well, I do enjoy cleaning. I would have gladly helped you clean. That would be even more embarrassing. Wait, don't look in there. I snatched Yuri's wrist that was in the process of opening a desk drawer of mine. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking for some reason. I was just spacing out. It's fine. Don't worry. I let go of her wrist. She puts both of her hands firmly in her lap as if making sure she's keeping track of them. So, should we get started? Yes. I have a few things planned that you can help with. Decorations and other atmospheric enhancements. Atmospheric enhancements? Is that like Viagra for the sky? That's a good one. I'm proud of that one. You know, Mood lighting, aromatherapy candles. Oh wow. I didn't know you planned on taking it that far. Of course. I want to help take our guests to a faraway place, although many will stop by out of just curiosity. And for cupcakes, I guess. I'm determined to provide an experience that will leave them wanting more. That's great. It's easy to forget that you're a pretty intense person. Uh, intense? I guess that's the best way to put it. She looks a little constipated. Reblik, I could see your point. She looks like she gets to poo a little bit. Is that a bad thing? No, not at all. It's something that I like about you, actually. Is that so? That makes me feel relieved. I'm kind of happy. Yeah, no need to be anxious. You can relax a little. Relax. I've got some things for relaxation. I was gonna use them during the poetry event. Oh, yeah, like what? Let's see. Yuri rummages through her bag. She pulls out a few candles and a wooden cylinder-shaped object. I did some shopping on the way here, so I happen to have these in my bag. I plan to cover the windows in black paper and use the candles to light the room. I think that would be amazing, don't you? Yeah, that'd be really neat. What's that wooden thing, though? Oh, this. It's a diffuser for essential oils. How familiar are you with aromatherapy? Not familiar at all. Is that so? It's one of my favorite contributors to a positive atmosphere. Depending on the oils or herbs you choose, you can change the mood of the air itself. You can even feel it permeate through your body. Relaxation, positive energy, romance, reflection. It's almost like magic. Yuri takes the cylinder and pushes a switch on the bottom. In just a moment, a thin ray of vapor begins to spout through a small hole on the top. Wow, that smells wonderful. What kind of mood is that one for? This is a jasmine essential oil. It smells a little sweet and flowery, right? Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I chose jasmine for this event because it provides more than relaxation. Oh, okay. I'm just running out of breath. They're talking an awful lot, and I'm talking really fast. Okay. Jasmine enhances your emotions and helps you feel them flow through your body. You feel warmer and your heart pounds more heavily. Don't you think that will be perfect for sharing our poems? It does sound suitable. What a lame-ass thing to say. But you seem to know a lot about this, so I'll trust your opinion with anything. Yuri smiles gently, clearly enjoying herself. She again reaches into her bag and pulls out several spools of thin ribbon. What are those for? Well, did you purchase the origami paper I had asked for? Yeah, I have it right over here. We won't be using the paper for folding origami. What I'd like to do is write a different word on each paper. We'll need about 100 of them, Jesus. I don't even know if I know 100 words. Oh yeah? What will those be used for? Well, I'm going to cut pieces of ribbon to hang from the doorway of the classroom, and we can fasten the paper onto the ribbons to create a doorway curtain. That's cute. Wouldn't that be beautiful? It would also catch the eye of those passing by the room. My nose is running. My allergies are killing me right now. Sorry. I'm gonna have to, like, keep rubbing my nose all the time. It would also catch the eye of those passing by the room. It may attract someone to peek inside. That's really creative. I had no idea you'd be so good at this, Yuri. Is that so? Well, I suppose I do get a little intense, as you put it. That's cute. Yuri giggles with red cheeks. Is it just me, or is she more relaxed when it's just the two of us? Or maybe it's the excitement she feels from sharing something she enjoys. Here's a marker, Jacob. You can write any characters you want. I'll help you once I finish cutting the ribbons. God, my voice is like done for right now. Hoarse as shit. I've been reading this all day. Sitting on the floor together, the two of us get to work. I carefully draw a different character on each paper, doing my best to manage my bad handwriting. Yuri unravels a long strand of red ribbon to her desired length. Then she reaches into her bag once more and pulls out a pocket knife. It's kind of funny. Earlier, my homie in chat was like, give me a sword so I can kill this main character, and I was like, yo, I got this pocket knife, and I like grabbed a pocket knife, and I was like, here, take my pocket knife and go get him. It's pretty funny. Okay. The knife is strangely beautiful. The silver handle has an intricate pattern of waves etched into it. That sounds cool. The blade itself is gently tinted blue. It's no ordinary pocket knife. It looks really fancy. Ah, well. Embarrassed, Yuri looks away. What is it? You're gonna think it's weird. Yuri, whatever it is, I have no reason to judge. To each their own, you know? If you promise you won't be weirded out. Yeah, I promise. Alright. The thing is, I'm kind of into knives. They're just so pretty. I can't help it. I don't know what it is. The combination of craftsmanship and feeling of danger, maybe? What am I saying? Please don't think I'm weird for this. You're laughing at me. No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at you. It's just funny how nervous you got about sharing. Well, it's an interesting thing to be into, I guess. But I think it kind of suits you. Suits me. Yeah, it's kind of intense. Ha ha ha. Besides, it's a really cool looking knife, I can't deny that. It sounds cool. It sounds badass looking. Is it? It is, isn't it? Yuri relaxes her expression once again. Would you like to hold it? Sure, I'll check it out. Yuri carefully hands me the knife, with the handle facing me. I take it and turn it around in my hands. It feels heavy and extremely solid. Where do you even get a knife like this? Curious of its sharpness, I feel the point of the metal knife. I don't know why my brain said metal. I feel the point of the knife with my index finger. Ow! Jacob! Why did you do that? I didn't expect it to be sharp. This guy's a fucking idiot, man. He is only me and my name only. This guy's stuck. He's dumb. I don't like him. You're touching knives. Stupid. You stupid boy. Why are you touching that knife? You're the type of guy to just shove his hand into the dishwasher when the dishes are clean without looking to see if the person who put the silverware away put the knives in going out or in. He's gonna go, what happened? That's this guy. I didn't expect it to be that sharp. I barely touched it at all. It's my fault. I should have warned you. The knife is extremely sharp. It can cut through skin like it's paper. Oh no. A small drop of blood trickles down the side of my finger. Yuri takes my hand and gives the wound a closer look. Ah. She stares at it and noticeably fidgets. If you're squeamish, I'll go wash it off now. Ah. Without warning, Yuri puts my finger in her mouth and licks the wound. Whoop. I know she didn't mean that to be erotic, but holy shit. I feel her tongue curl around my finger. Startled, I instinctively pull my hand back. Oh, please forgive me. I wasn't thinking. Yuri lowers her head, her face burning up. Yuri. That's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done. How could I do something like that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sure it was a little weird and it took me by surprise, but I guess he was just trying to help, right? Yuri, I think you're overreacting a little. She doesn't lift her head. What if she doesn't recover from this for the rest of the afternoon? You know what? This might be a stupid thing to do, but I do it anyway. I take Yuri's hand and lick her index finger in return. This is the greatest thing that the main character's done in the entire story. This is like the smartest move, situationally. It's like if your friend gets pantsed in front of a girl he likes, the only thing you can do if you're there is pull your pants down too. That's the only thing you got in your arsenal. You can't walk up to the girl and be like, no, his dick's normally way bigger than that. Like, pull him down, drop trow, be with your boy, dropping trow, you know what I mean? Girl's gonna laugh at both of you. And then he could still be like, hey, pretty lady, how's about a dance? And she may say yes. I think I need to blow my nose or something. My nose is like itching me to death. I will be right back. Alright. Gave the nose a good old blow, like I just did Yuri's finger. Nice good old blow. Alrighty. We're good? We're looking good. Alright. Let me, center this a bit. There we go. I take Yuri's hand and lick her index finger in return. Gee, did you really just do that? Now we're even. Yuri looks at me like I did something wrong. That's exactly what I would do in real life. I knew that would be a bad idea. If not for the sweet aroma of the jasmine oil, the air would be extremely heavy right now. You're so weird, Jacob. Yuri giggles shyly. Eh? Yuri calling me weird? I have no response to that. Where do you keep your bandages? I don't think I need one, actually. It was a tiny cut. Look, it already stopped bleeding. I see. That's relieving. The tension is quickly lifted. We each resume our respective activities. I watch Yuri's knife cut through the ribbon like it's nothing but air. Meanwhile, I continue to make progress on the paper. After we finish attaching the paper to the ribbons, we lay them all out side by side. It looks better than I expected, and will be very effective as a door curtain. Good stuff. Let's see what we're doing here. It looks great. Good thinking coming up with this, Yuri. Aw, thanks. It's just something I saw online, really. Are you ready to move on to the next task? Yeah, let's do it. What do you have in mind? I'd like to create a banner. That's why I asked you to buy the paint tablets. Paint tablets? What's a paint tablet? Paint tablet? What the fuck is that? Does anybody know what that is? What's a paint tablet? Is that like, the thing in watercolors? Like that dusty-ass paint? It looks like a Tums, almost. Ah, that's right. One of the items Yuri had asked me to buy was a kit of watercolor paint tablets. Okay. Yep, I got it. That makes sense. It just took me a second. We'll need about 6 cups of water to put each of the tablets in. Do you mind fetching those for us? Of course not. 6 cups of water. I'll be right back in a minute. Thank you very much. Oh, and just a little bit of water's okay. If you fill the cups too much, it will be too diluted. Taking Yuri's advice, I decide to use small plastic bathroom cups rather than full-sized glasses. I put them on a plate to catch any paint that drips, then bring it back into my room. Yuri? Yes. I come in to see Yuri quickly unrolling her sleeve. Quickly unrolling her sleeve? Pulling it back over her arm. Nothing. Your face is a little red. Is it too hot in here or anything? No, not at all. There's nothing wrong, so... Let's mix the paint. Yuri hurriedly dismisses me and takes it upon herself to unwrap the tablets, dropping them into the cups. So... I thought we would do something simple that would look very nice. I'd like to paint a gradient across the barrier, starting with colors for a sunrise, then daytime, then sunset, and nighttime. That does sound pretty. Once it dries, I'll write an inspirational quote across the banner. We can hang it on the wall behind the podium at the front of the classroom. Ah, neat. What are you gonna write? Well, it'll be more fun to surprise you. Yuri smiles at me. If you say so. After rolling out the banner, Yuri and I kneel on opposite sides so we don't get in the way of each other. Yuri uses a brush and adds a few dots of different colors across the banner to serve as a color guide when we paint. This kind of reminds me of elementary school. Painting on a banner with watercolors feels a lot like the art class projects we had back then. It's relaxing. Ah. I'm sorry if this feels too childish. No, I didn't mean that at all. It's kind of fun, you know? Yeah, it is fun. I'm glad you feel that way too. Yuri stopped painting for a moment, thinking to herself. For me, I don't need to go out and do crazy things to have fun. In fact, I usually don't even want to. I just like when I can spend time with one other person. Even if it's something simple like reading. It doesn't even matter if we don't talk much. Just having a friend next to me makes me feel a little bit nicer. I think that's all it takes for me to be happy. Is that so? Even if Yuri and I are quite different, I can understand where she's coming from. I feel that way about things like anime and games, where simply sharing the experience with someone can make me happy. I think I feel the same way. Yuri smiles gently. I knew you'd understand. Yuri leans over the banner to grab an unused paintbrush, but I move at the same time, causing my head to bump into hers. Yeah. Sorry. Yuri reels back and I quickly lift my hands in surprise. Are you hurt? No, I'm not hurt. It just startled me, that's all. Sorry, I should have asked you to get it for me. It's not your fault. Oh, your face. There are droplets of paint on Yuri's face and neck. Is there something on my face? Yeah, I accidentally got paint on you. Sorry, it's totally my fault. I'll get a towel right away. I rush out and fetch a small towel, then I dampen it with hot water. I return to my room and kneel back down in front of her. Sheesh! Here. I pat down Yuri's face and neck with the towel. Oh, that looks weird on camera. It's this side, huh? Nope. 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 Is that right? Nope. Is that right? Nope. 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 Oh, it'd have to be like this, huh? I don't know, dude. That's confusing. I pat down Yuri's face with the neck and towel. Is something wrong? Texted me she needed... Oh, you're good. Don't worry about it. We're chilling. We're just going on the date with Yuri still. Well, almost date. Hang out and arts and crafts time. It's hot. I just didn't expect it. Sorry. I didn't want to use cold water. Having finished, I start to retract my hand, but Yuri suddenly holds my wrist. Did she do the thing yet? I don't know what you're talking about. So, there's one weird thing that's happened so far in this little date, where, I leave the room to get, like, glasses of water for the watercolors, and I come back, and then she, like, rolls up her sleeve. Like, she had her sleeve rolled up, and then she, like, covers it really quickly. Um, and she also likes knives. Oh, the finger suck thing, is that what you're talking about? That happened already, that was pretty funny. And then my character's like, then I haven't seen it yet. Okay, okay. Um, yeah, we'll see. I'm not really sure if you're talking about Yuri or someone else. Wait, huh? Just for a little longer. Oh, finger suck is weird, yeah. I thought that was funny. That made me laugh, I don't know. And then my character's like, girl, let me suck that finger. I was like, that's actually the only thing that he's done that I would also do in real life. I would totally do that. When people feel self-conscious, you gotta just make them feel better, you know? I'm not a self-conscious person at all. Fuck it. Life's too short. Just for a little longer. It feels really nice. I keep my hand still against Yuri's neck. She looks into my eyes. It's an intense expression that I recognize from when she reads her books. Almost as if she's lost in a daze, enveloped by her own thoughts. She breathes gently, half through slightly parted lips. What is happening? And is the aroma of the jasmine oil giving me this dizzy feeling? Yuri's gentle fingers wrapped around my wrist send a tingling sensation through my arm, and suddenly her face seems to be much closer to mine than it was just moments ago. Ah. Yuri slowly pulls away. Sorry. I've been feeling a little lightheaded today. Fun fact. You lick Natsuki's finger if you go with her on the weekend. Huh. Okay. So whatever girl you go with on the weekend's getting their finger licked. That's pretty funny. It's kind of weird. I've been feeling a little lightheaded today. Except it's worse in every way. That's pretty funny. When I'm done with this game, I'll have to look up the other paths that you can take in it. I've been feeling a little lightheaded today. I didn't mean to space out. It's fine. The moment is over as soon as it began. You grab her arms and pin her against the wall and lick her finger? What the fuck? That's weird. That's real weird. Yuri picks up her brush again, but her movements seem clumsier, like she's unable to focus. I remain silent, forced to ignore the event that just transpired. I hesitantly retrieve my own brush and continue following Yuri's example. That should do it. I finish filling the night sky with white dots that look like stars. Looking at the banner as a whole, it's very pretty and natural looking. I think it came out better than I expected. I'm really happy with the results. Yeah, me too. Are you gonna add the lettering now? Not yet. It needs to dry first. That's true, but won't that take a while? Well, perhaps it would be best to leave it here, and then have you bring it in the morning. I can do the lettering in the classroom before our event starts. Is that okay? That's totally fine. Wonderful. In that case, I don't think there's anything more for us to do here. Whew! Ha 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 ha. You say that like you're glad it's over. Was I wrong to assume that you were at least enjoying yourself a little bit? No, it's not that. I'm just glad that we managed to get everything done. We should talk about good characters now. Sayori's fucking amazing. It's hard for me to just generally say she's amazing, because, like, there's so much going on there. Like, she's so depressed. And, like, she doesn't seem to be... I think being selfless can be a fault as a person. Because at a certain point, you're gonna have nothing left. People will take everything from you if you let them. You know, people are selfish. So being selfless is thankless. You know? She's written really well, right? She's really accurate to the faults of being selfless. Writing wise, yeah, I agree with that, 100%. It's just like at the same time as if she were a human, like a real person, right? I would feel so bad for her and I would just try to help her and she would be pissed and she wouldn't like that. So at the same time, in a dating sim, you have to look at it like she's not someone to date within the simulation, but it almost feels like the game wants to push me in that direction. I don't know. I just know myself, and I know when I was at like my worst, like I shouldn't have been dating anybody. I should have been alone. And most of the time I was dating people and they were bad people to date, you know? I don't know. If she loved herself as much as she cares about other people, she'd be okay. That's kind of the tragedy of it. Um, I like Yuri just because like all these people, if I had to pick someone to hang out with in real life, I would pick Yuri. She just seems nice and like intelligent and creative, fun. Like the words that people use to describe me, I would use to describe her, so I like that. I like that energy. I'm glad that we managed to get everything done. I see. I am too. I was a little concerned about time. I need to start making dinner soon. So you don't have any time left? I was secretly hoping we would have extra time after finishing the work. You mean, so you think Yuri's out of her league in general? What do you mean by that? Like, by comparison? I don't think, like, emotional complexity is necessarily what makes a character interesting or not. Like, I have depression, and I don't really find her relatable, Sayori. I think she's kind of, like... I don't know yet. I don't know where her character's gonna go, but she kind of feels like a plot device to me. Like, like a Laura Palmer, but not as good as Laura Palmer. I don't know if you know who that is or what that is, but yeah, like, I'm sure someone will get what I'm saying. I don't know, we'll see. Stop being a smartass. I mean, I am a smartass. Also, writing is, like, my favorite thing. Besides video games, like, even the video game, like, writing in games. Even, like, writing in video games, that is my favorite part of video games. Like, writing, gameplay mechanics, visual design. Those are my three things. Get out of my head. It's funny. My is long. Well, Yuri thinks to herself. I think it would be too irresponsible of me to wait much longer. I'm sorry. I was hoping there would be more time as well. It's probably my fault. Sorry for being such a slow worker. No, it's not your fault at all. And the important thing is that we got everything done, right? Yeah. You don't want to have self-realizations? I'm a man of self-realizations. Every day I'm learning something about myself or the world around me. It's fun. Oh, I'm trying to get situated here. Okay. There we go. Yeah. So, I shouldn't be disappointed or anything. Gathering all her things, Yuri seems to look a little downcast. I understand why. It sounded like she rarely gets the opportunity to spend time with friends in a relaxed environment. But that doesn't mean that this is the last time we'll see each other, I think it said. I don't know. I skipped it too quick. Once Yuri packs up, I walk her out the front door. Thank you very much for having me today. Fun fact, I learned not too long ago that my favorite movie was terrible. What's your favorite movie? And also, like, if other people think it's terrible, who cares? Like, one of my favorite movies is The Mummy, and, like, that movie... It's not the best movie ever, but I just like it a lot. I think it's really cool. It's, yeah. Maleficent? A lot of people like Maleficent. I worked in a movie theater when that came out, and it did really well. So like, if people wanna hate, they can hate. But yeah, I never saw it, but people really liked it when it came out. I mean, of course, that's 48%. That's not good. Okay, wait. I gotta go on a little tangent here quick. One of the best movies in the history of animated movies is Pokemon, the first movie. Mewtwo, Mew. I see now that the circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It's what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are. That just made me choked up just saying that quote again. That's one of the greatest movies ever made to me, like animated or live action, whatever. It has like a 27% on Rotten Tomatoes. Fuck Rotten Tomatoes. That's all I need to know. Like, fuck them. They suck. Also, critics aren't directors. That's another thing. Like, I write scripts. I know how to write a movie. Like, from scratch. I can make up an idea, a completely new idea, and I can write a movie. I know how to use a camera. I could shoot a movie. I think people like that have more to say than a critic. You just liked it because you cried? What? Emotional resonance. That's important. Not many things make me cry, but yeah, like, just saying that Mewtwo quote almost made me cry, and I'm 26 years old. There's something beautiful about that. And like, I saw that as a little kid, and it stuck with me. Just because something's like, rated one way or the other, who cares? It all depends on what we like, I think. Okay, back to the story. Thank you for having me today. Also, you know why it's terrible? Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, I don't know why it'd be considered terrible because I didn't see it, but yeah, it's good to not just agree with people, like bandwagon hating or bandwagon liking. Bandwagons are for the birds. Like, thank you very much for having me today. No problem. I'm glad I was able to help. Just let me know if there's anything else you need me to bring tomorrow. I... Well then. Yuri fidgets. I guess I'll see you tomorrow? Wait. I kind of say without thinking. About today. It's fine that we didn't have as much time as we wanted, because we can do this again. Whenever you want, you can come over, or we can go out somewhere. I forgot you don't like going out much. As I stumble over my words, Yuri simply smiles bashfully. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say, so... You're very thoughtful, Jacob. Yuri takes a step closer to me, then briefly squeezes my hand. I kind of like that about you. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? But I don't even get a chance to as Yuri suddenly pulls back. Sayori? Oh. Huh? Awkward. Ah. Hi, Jacob. Sayori. Just now, we weren't. It's okay, Jacob. I just stopped by to say hi. Um, well, it's nice to see you. I'm sorry, but I'm already on my way to leave. Oh, really? That's too bad. I'm sorry. But we'll all be together at the festival tomorrow, so that's fine, right? Of course. Sayori beams. Yeah, so I'll see you tomorrow. Clearly embarrassed, Yuri hurries off. Sayori waves goodbye after her. The minor keys came back. Means we're about to hear something sad. Sheesh. Okay. Sayori. I thought you didn't want to come over today. How well? I tried staying in my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me, so I had to come over and see for myself. See what? What are you talking about? You know, how much fun you were having with Yuri, how close you got to her. It makes me really happy that you've made such good friends. That's all that matters to me. Tears start to fall down Sayori's face. That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Jacob? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is splitting in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. It would be so much better if I could just disappear. Sayori, don't say that. It's true, Jacob. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being selfish. Monica was right. I should just... What? There's something fucked up going on here. I'm sniffing it out. I'm sniffing it out. There's some bullshit going on here. Monica's a fucking bitch. She's doing some shit. I swear to God, she's a shit stirrer, like I was fucking saying earlier. This lady. No, 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 no. Monica, you're such a loser. What'd you tell Sayori? Exactly. Fuck, I didn't mean to touch my mic. Sorry. Oh, I don't know. Dude, no, 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 no. Monica's up to some shenanigans out here. Monica? Monica was right about what? Sayori. What I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. Tell me or else I'll make Frozen 3. That's a really good threat, dude. Oh, God. It's something that makes me happy. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain. He's really trying to help her, but he's speaking in hyperbole, which is it's dangerous. He's making promises he can't keep, you know? I guess fondness will make you do that. Familiarity will make you do that, but making some bad choices right now. What? Sayori looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. I'm scared, Jacob. I'm really scared. What are you scared of, Sayori? I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me. Sayori. It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Jacob, I like you so much that I want to die. Yeah, about that. Yeah, about time for me to be hitting the old dusty trail. So funny. Sayori support hashtags in the chat right now. Alright. I like you so much that I want to die. That's how I feel. And that's enough, Sayori. I don't want to hurt you anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you? Do you still believe me? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings, I know what you need the most right now, And that's what I'm going to give you. What? I mean, alright, I gotta think about this one. This lady's suicidal. This girl is suicidal, and she just put it on me to save her, basically. She made it my responsibility. That's an incredibly unfair thing to do to somebody, I think. Oh man. I know what we should do quick. So what's your thought, Reblock? I know you know how this ends, so be careful with what you're gonna say, but I'm curious. What's your thought? Lay it on me. I'm very curious what you're gonna say. God, my nose is killing me. My pollen allergies are miserable. I should have taken like an allergy pill this morning. So this game's made me choke up like twice at this point, but they were really early on. Like one time was something Yuri said to me, like in the hallway, and then oh okay, here. Even though you're being here, being your friend is better objectively, I'm worried that you straight up rejecting her may be too much for her to handle, so you could possibly stall until you get her real help by lying. There's no good answer. That's an interesting thought process, though. That's a good thought, Reblood. So, I've approached this game realistically, like how I would behave in real life the entire way through this at this point. Every decision I've made has been like how I would really act. I think telling her I love her is not what she wants. I think she may not know what she wants, you know? She has a hard time understanding how she feels, and everything's really overwhelming and scary to her. Maybe that feeling of seeing me with Yuri is what's making her say she loves me, right? Or like, you know what I mean? Maybe that's like where these feelings are coming from right now. I know she's always kind of liked me, whatever. But I think she doesn't really know how she feels. So also, something she said when we first spoke before I went on the little arts and crafts date with Yuri, right, was like, she said she wants things to go back to how they were, which that was before feelings were involved on either side of us, assumedly, you know what I mean? Um, I'm really leaning towards you'll always be my dearest friend. I feel like that's what I wouldn't in that situation if I were in it. If I were her, right? If I was Sayori, I would want someone to say, I love you. But what I need is a dearest friend. So I think I love you is the selfish answer on my part. It's like me just wanting to fix her to keep her for me. You know what I mean? Saying you'll always be my dearest friend kind of seems like I'm here to give her the support she needs. And I think that's way more important in her current emotional state. Saying I love you though and kind of biding time till she gets help, that's a great point. That's a really good thought process. That is kind of what makes this a hard decision, honestly. This feels like a really crucial moment in the game. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with You'll Always Be My Dearest Friend. It's like 60-40 for me right now. Yeah, we're just gonna go for it. I think I saved, but we're gonna double check that I saved. Yep, okay. You'll always be my dearest friend. What you need most is for things to be like they've always been. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking right now. Monica told me the truth. She told me how much happier you seemed after I joined the club. I know you're struggling with some really difficult feelings right now, but please trust me that I know what's best and what will make you happy in the end. I promise I'll help get things back to the way they were. I... I see. Sayori forces a smile through an incredibly pained expression. I think I fucked up. Uh-oh. I think I pissed off the sad girl. Oh, yeah, I pissed off the sad girl. Ooh. Ooh. Is this what it feels like to get stabbed in the chest? I should write a poem about this. Sayori, it's okay. This is just my punishment, remember? Oh, no. Being so selfish. So please. Please don't worry about these stupid feelings. I fucked up. Alright, we're gonna play for like 10-20 minutes, see what happens, and then if it's really bad, if I really feel like I fucked everything up, then we're gonna reload the save and see what happens instead. I know you're right. I knew this whole time that there's no happiness down that path. That's why I came here. Just so I could get the answer I needed to hear. Another thing. You're also right that I just want it to go back to the way it was. I realize that now. You really do know me better than anyone, Jacob. I'll trust you with anything. Anything at all, so... Sayori's smile finally breaks. All of a sudden she turns around and drops to her knees. Clutching her head with both hands, she screams as loudly as she can. This game's giving me whiplash. For half a second, I thought I was like, oh, okay, I made the right decision. Now her brain's broken. I'm so shocked that I don't know how to react. Sayori looks over her shoulder and flashes me one more weak smile before turning around and running off. If you're basing this off real life, then there's no taking it back. I'm sorry. Damn. Yeah, that's a good point. There's no reloading the saves in real life, man. Damn. You know what? You're right. We're gonna live with this decision. It's heavy. Every time I've done this to someone in real life is flashing before my eyes right now. It's rough. Sayori! I'm left helplessly standing in front of my house. Why am I feeling so horrible about this? There's nothing more that I could have done. The most I can do is support Sayori through her feelings and help her on the path that's right. But I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is. Even though I can comfort her, I keep wondering if I should be doing something more or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. So... Damn, I kind of my intuition's telling me what's gonna happen next, and it's really breaking my heart. One of the only universal truths in our reality. There's very few. There are very few things that are universally true. Number one is you can never go back in time. Things only decay, they only move forward. And this progress of moving forward is decay. And decay doesn't have to be a bad thing, but things were before is a state that Sayori and me will never see again. That's the sad truth of it. This is gonna end like one of two ways. She does something I don't want her to do, or she gets help. Fuck. Fuck. This is getting rough. Okay. I'm gonna give it everything I've got. Sayori will always be my dearest friend, and I'll do whatever it takes to put a smile on her face every day. Yeah, you can't go back in time. A great example of that quote, right, is in The Office. And I bring up this all the time to like people when I'm talking about just life, right? I think it's in like the finale, like the last episode. Andy is talking directly to the camera, and he says like, "I wish there was a way to know when you were in the good old days before you left them." I'm sure Sayori feels the same way. It's rough. It's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori, but Sayori isn't answering her phone. I considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. The banner Yuri and I painted is dry, and I gently rolled it up to take it with me. She sent me a pleasant text reminding me not to forget anything, and I reassured her. Funnily enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Sayori and Yuri at the festival. But knowing Monika, but knowing Monica, I'm sure the event will be great too. Jacob, you're the first one here. Thanks for being early. That's funny. I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monica is placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared to have all the poems that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monica would like and submitted it. So that's the one I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. I'm like stuttering really hard. I need to take a chill pill for a minute and like digest what just happened. Okay, let's drink some water. Water up. It's good. This is a heavy game. So the warning in the beginning, I mentioned this earlier in the playthrough, but I'll mention it again. The warning in the beginning was like people with depression, people with anxiety, be careful. I have both of those things, and like I said, I know how to deal with it pretty well. But I through this game like 18 times, and it still hurts a lot. Yeah, it's just this is really well written heartbreak on all sides. Like mental illness written really well on all sides. Like the writing is so potent in this. I gotta be honest with you, this really makes me want to write a game like this. I don't have much experience programming, like very little, like Flash basically is what I know how to do, but I would love to make a game like this. And I bet it could be this good. Based on what I've seen so far, I bet I could make something this good, honestly. I'm gonna work with that idea a little bit in the future. Like once I finish this game and I really get a feel for it, we'll see. Yeah, that could be something I end up working on stream in the future, which could be kind of interesting. We'll find out. Depends. I need to do a little more research into the process of making a game like this. But I'm a pretty good artist as well with drawing. I could draw characters' backgrounds and like reuse backgrounds of characters. Doesn't seem too crazy difficult to me, but I'm not a good programmer, so we'll find out. I mean, wait a bit. The music's gone. No, not a mod for it. I would make my own game. Make my own video game that's just similar to this. Like, what'd you say? Or did I mishear? Yeah, so just my own game. I would just make, I guess a dating sim. Yeah, it seems interesting to me. So I've written like multiple film scripts. I've written like not things that have been made. Or else, I mean, I'd be working on those movies. I'm not streaming on Twitch right now, but like, um, I've written like TV show scripts. Writing scripts is something I love, writing stories. And I really like the idea of writing a story that has like multiple paths based on your decisions. And I think a dating sim's a really good way to kind of like cover that up in a way. Like people will be interested in the cuties, the waifus, right? But at the same time, there's like a lot of complexity and character development, and then you can write these really deep storylines revolving around the main character and these other girls, and seems interesting. Honestly, I would like to try my hand at writing something like this and then trying to make it a reality. It'd be fun. Okay, back to the story. I'm good. All right. Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on days this important, she'd try a little harder. Ooh. I say that, but I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday, and I suddenly feel awful knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. I only said it because that's the way I'm used to thinking, but maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all. Ha 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 ha. You should take a little responsibility for her, Jacob. I mean, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. You kind of left her hanging this morning, you know. Exchange? Monica, you know about that? Of course I do. I'm the club president after all. I don't like this lady one bit. She's fucking with me. I feel it. I feel it in my goddamn bone marrow. I feel it in my spinal cord. Oh wow, it was secondary. It was so secondary in my mind that my friend has depression and screamed horrendously. Yeah. And then he's like, yeah, she's just lazy. Like, come on. I mean, he just woke up, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's no excuse. This guy's kind of a dick. He's a little selfish. Okay. Yeah, Monica knows so much more than she's letting on. It's freaking me out. It's making me so like unsettled feeling. Alright. But I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell her about it that quickly? Do I believe that? It's plausible. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to bang the mic. It's plausible that in Sayori's like overly upset state, like irrational state, not she's like really emotionally vulnerable. Maybe she needed someone to talk to, and she came to her, but Earlier, when I was talking to Sayori, sorry, she was like, huh, about how I basically turned down her confession. This makes me really seem like the bad guy here, but I'm the one who knows what's best for her, right? Jeez. You don't know the full story at all, so, Monica, don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think. Okay. So Monica's the one who basically like told, it seems like, told her that her disappearing's an option. Yeah. I got a real fucked up feeling about this. That's all I'm gonna say. At this point, let's keep going. Probably know a lot more than you think. It's a very dangerous thing for a character to say in a story. That usually means they have a heightened sense of self-awareness over others. That's really unsettling to me. Huh? Monica's being as friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that. So did I, friend. Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously. Yeah, I thought so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I imagine Natsuki and Yuri's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's one that I haven't read before. Okay. There's a percentage sign at the top here. Get out of my head, 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 get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. That's Monica speaking to Sorry, she's talking about right there. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. I'm certain of it. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. I love you so much I could die, she said. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But a poem is never actually finished, it just stops moving. We need to go get her right now. Uh, what is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach. Jacob, what's wrong? Nothing. This poem feels completely different from everything else Sayori's ever written. But more than that, I changed my mind. Okay, good, 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 good. I'm going to go get Sayori, so, uh, well, all right. Try not to take too long, okay? I quickly leave the classroom. Don't strain yourself. Monica calls out after me. I quicken my pace. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her, or help wake her up. Even the simple gesture of her walking to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be the same as they always have been. That's all she needs, and what I want to give to her. I reach Sayori's house. I'm knocking through my stomach feels like it fucked right now. I'm. This is so bad. This is so bad. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. Sayori, she really is a heavy sleeper. I swallow. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. I feel sick. I feel actually sick. My anxiety is like pounding. I have so much adrenaline right now. Waking up in her own house. Isn't that more like something a boyfriend would do? Any case, just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori, wake up, dummy. There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter her room like this. Dude, I feel sick to my stomach. Isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me no choice. I gently open the doors. Oh! Ah, this game really just went there. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. This game just went there. An exception has occurred. File game script chapter 5, line 307. See traceback.txt for details. What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Sayori wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Me too. Just yesterday, I told Sayori I would be there for her. I told her I know what's best and that everything will be okay. But why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Turning down her confession? That has to have been what pushed her over the edge. Her agonized scream still echoes in my ears. Why did I do that to her when she needed me the most? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault. My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked her to school, and gave her what I know she wanted out of our relationship, I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club, screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I do can bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. I had only one chance and I wasn't careful enough. And now I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers. But I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now, I can never take it back. This is so heavy. Never, 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 never. What? Whoa, what in the fuck? What in the fuck is this? So, try loading. I will in a second. So, this looks like Monica's model with all of the other girls like overlaid on top of her. You can see the eye color from her. You can see her own eye color. You can see Yuri's hair. This is pulling some Undertale shit right now on me, isn't it? Oh, like, you thought that was the end of the game? Load it back up and fight the flower boy type shit. Oh, Jesus. The music is out of tune. Fuck me, is this when the game just goes off the rails, man? Alright. Okay. I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. This is the beginning of the game again. This girl is my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this. So, can I say, shaking my head, Monica said that, so can I say, Monica said that will piss you off? I think I know what you're about to say. I just remembered the last conversation I had with her before I ran to go to the house, Daria's house. She said something about hanging. She was like, you left her hanging, didn't you? She said something like that. Oh, fuck me. Ah. That bitch. That little bitch. She's behind all this bullshit, I know it, I feel it. My fucking, ooh, we're gonna get her, dude. I'm gonna take her ass down. She's going down. She's going, and not in an erotic way, in a dead way. We're coming for her. That's what the game is now. It's how quick can Jacob kill the bad lady. We're really reliving the beginning of the game again. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let step up to me. It's an ordinary school day like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone. I like this. I have to admit, this is my kind of... This is great. Oh, this is gonna be so cool, god damn it. I always tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something like that, but I have no motivation to join any clubs. I'm perfectly content just getting by on average, while spending my free time on games and anime. There's always the anime clubs, but it's not like there would be any girls in it anyway. School day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. There really aren't any that interest me. Besides, most of them would probably be way too demanding for me to want to deal with. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Jacob? Fuck me, man, that's making me sick. That's really freaking me out. Fuck you, Monica! Oh my goodness, I totally didn't expect to see you here. I know, she needs a hug right now. It's rough. I can't believe that. So Monica basically, like, fed her the information about me to get her to kill herself. That's what I've realized at this point. It's like, this is... Monica, it all starts with Monica, and it all ends with her. We are going to end her. That is my goal. We will kill Monica. She kills Soryu, we kill her. She will die. It's been a while, right? Yeah, it has. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talk, but we were in the same class last year. Monica is the most beautiful, popular, smart, athletic. Basically completely out of my league. Yeah. Alright. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... What did you come in here for, anyway? I've just been looking for some supplies to use for my club. Do you know if there's any construction paper in here? Or markers? I guess you could check the closet. You're in the debate club, right? About that. I'm losing my girl voice. Talking for all day at this point. I started playing this game at around 5 and it's 12:30 now. 7.5 hours of talking. About that, I actually quit the debate club. Really, you quit? Yeah. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. In that case, what club did you decide to join? Actually, I'm starting a new one. A literature club. One of the reasons why I love Sayori is simply because she's only in like 65% of the game, and it could be the thing where if you have less, it makes you want it more. That's an interesting point. So that mark that I just got to, you'd say is like 65 to 60% through the game? Like for killing herself? God, that's horrible. Just like the image of that is burned into my head. That was really rough. See that? Holy shit. This game has some balls, man. Act 2 is shorter? Okay. Wow. I'm really impressed with this game. Just like, let's keep going. A literature club. Literature? It sounds kind of dull. How many members do you have so far? Haha. It's kind of embarrassing, but there's only 3 of us. 3 of us. Including her. It's really hard to find new members for something that sounds so boring. Well, I can see that. But it's really not boring at all, you know. Literature could be anything. Reading, writing, poetry. I mean, one of my members even keeps her manga collection in the club room. Wait, really? Yeah, it's funny, right? She always insists that manga is literature, too. I mean, she's not wrong, I guess. Besides, a member's a member, right? Did Monica say she? Hey, Jacob. By any chance, are you still looking for a club to join? I mean, I guess so, but... Do you ever need a break from this? I can murder you in Pokemon Showdown? That does sound really fun. We gotta push through this, honestly. Like, I'm so interested in what's gonna happen in this game that I kind of want to stay up until I beat it. Like, I need to see the end of this game. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that's the game plan. Me and you can play Pokemon Showdown in the future, though. That sounds really fun, honestly. I mean, I guess so, but in that case, is there any chance you could do me a big favor? I won't ask you to join, but you could at the very least, visit my club. It would make me really happy. Please. Fair enough. There are actually 3 endings. Okay, I'll remember that. So we got to number 1 already, and it said reload chapter 5, I believe. And then, wait, give me 1 second. I have an idea. I just thought of this. It actually said to open a certain text file, and I have the text file right here. Okay, I need to show you guys something. Give me 1 second here. I actually can't get it to work right now. There's a picture in this game folder called Happy Thoughts. Absolutely terrifying. It's like Saryu with like a knife. Also, yes, the files are part of the game. Okay. Yeah. This is really scary now. Trace back. Okay. Alright, so I just found a text document, and inside the text document, this is inside of the program files of the game. I'm sorry, but an uncaught exception occurred. While running game code, file, game script, RPY, line 67, and script call, bunch of technical information, jump exception. Text. Oh geez, I didn't break anything, did I? Hold on a sec, I can probably fix this, I think. Actually, you know what? This would probably be a lot easier if I just deleted her. She's the one who's making this so difficult. Well, here goes nothing. Full traceback. File gamescript.rpy line 67 and script call continues down again. And then the same text repeats. She's the one who's making this so difficult. Aha, well here goes nothing. This is turning into an actually scary game now. It's a pretty good horror game. Okay. I guess I have no reason to refuse, but how could I ever refuse someone like Monica? Sure, I guess I could check it out. Awesome. You're really sweet, Jacob, you know that? It's nothing, really. Shall we go then? I'll look for the materials another time. You're more important. And thus today marks the day I sold my soul to Monica and her irresistible smile. Alright. I'm starting to get a feeling for where this game's gonna go. I have no clue if I'm right or if I'm wrong. It seems like all of these girls are created and destroyed, creatable, destroyable by Monica. She has like a... Monica is this game, is what it seems like, in a meta way. And these girls are like playthings to her. Like she uses them as like pieces to achieve a desired result. And the reason Soryu died, it'll all make sense. The reason Soryu died, it seems like, is because she was causing some form of a disturbance in this process that Monica wants to keep going for some reason. Maybe it fuels or feeds something, her, potentially. She was never an option, but it seems like she wants me all to herself. We'll find out. I timidly follow Monica across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, but generally being used for third-year classes and activities. Monica, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Fuck me, man. I'm back, and I brought a guest with me. Huh? A guest? Seriously, you brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Don't be mean, Natsuki. But anyways, welcome to the club, Jacob. All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. You're Monica's boyfriend, right? So, okay, my voice is starting to get pretty hoarse. I have a really good memory for dialogue. I'm going to skip through things that I know 100% I've read before. If I'm uncertain whether I've read it before, I'll read it again. But if I know for 100% that I've read it already, I'm not going to read it again, because my throat is starting to get a little rough. What? No, I'm not. Anyway, this is Natsuki, energetic as usual, and this is Yuri, the vice president. Stuff will change. It seems like it will. It's nice to meet you. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with someone like Natsuki. Yeah, it's nice to meet both of you. I ran into Jacob in a classroom and he decided to come check out the club. Isn't that great? Monica, didn't I tell you to let me know in advance before you brought anyone new? I was going to, well, you know, sorry. I didn't forget that. but I just happened to run into him. In that case, I should at least make some tea, right? Yeah, that'd be great. Why don't you come sit down, Jacob? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Yuri walks to the center of the room and opens the closet. Meanwhile, Monica and Natsuki sit across from each other. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Monica. So I know you didn't really plan on coming here, but we'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the Literature Club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. Hey, I just thought about this, Reblack. The stream quality right now is amazing, and we haven't had any issues since I fixed it. I think I permanently fixed it. I'm so happy about that. I just looked up the tutorial and fixed it. Yes. Yes. I'm so happy we can just play the rest of the game in one stream without it all messing up. It's so good. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile, but it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can really grow this club before we graduate, right, Natsuki? Well, I guess. Monica must have worked really hard to find these two. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot in the middle. It's funny how you have, 2 minutes. I'm gonna have to go through and delete those, because those are just, me trying to get it to work. I'll fix that later tonight, and I'll set it all up so people can find the stream and, check out the VODs and everything. You keep a whole tea set in this room? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Hee, don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. Oh, that's not... Yuri, insulted, looks away. I meant that, you know. I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So Jacob, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read, manga? I mutter quietly to myself. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. Looks like she wants to say something but keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of the teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. She's saying the same thing she said last time, so I'm just gonna save my voice. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination and completely throw you for a loop? That's different. I know as a fact that line of dialogue's different. This is getting really scary. It's really uncanny and unsettling. Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. I desperately grasped something I can relate to. At this rate, Yuri might as well be talking to a rock. I'd expect that from you, Yuri. It suits your personality. Oh, is that so? Really? If a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. So real horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. This is meta horror and a dating sim. I'm blown away right now. This is so creative. This is so cool. This is so fucking cool. I hate horror. Why's that? Well, Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud. And give that back. Fine, fine. Natsuki, you write your own poems? Yeah, well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No. Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. Not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. You probably don't know this, but you can go so deep with this game. Like, you can watch hundreds of videos on the subject, tons of websites. It's crazy. That's pretty exciting. I definitely will. Tonight, like, once I beat this, I'll probably spend the rest of the night watching other people play it and then, like, learning more about it. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities. You have experience writing too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. We all sit in silence for a moment. Hey, I just got an idea. How about this? Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. The next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way everyone is even. I mean, I thought it was a good idea. Well, I think you're right, Monika. We should probably start finding activities for all of us to participate in together. I did decide to take on the responsibility of vice president after all. I need to do my best to nurture the club as well as its members. Besides, now that we have a new member, it seems like a good step for us to take. Do you agree as well, Jacob? Hold on, there's still one problem. What's that? Now that we've reached the most important topic, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Monika may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have the other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All three girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But, I'm sorry, I thought... The girls exchange glances before Monika turns back to me. Guess I need to tell you the truth, Jacob. The thing is, we don't have enough members yet to form an official club. We need 4. And I've been trying really, really hard to find new members. And if we don't find more than one more before the festival, I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? I feel terrible for letting everyone down in the situation, and besides, the club itself seems pretty relaxed. So if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls... Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one their eyes light up. Oh my goodness. Do you really mean that, Jacob? Yeah? Could be fun, right? You really did scare me for a moment. I mean, if you really just left after all this, I'd be super pissed. Jacob, I'm so happy. We can become an official club now. Thank you so much for this. You're really amazing. I'll do everything I can to give you a great time, okay? Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Oh, this is so off, it's not even funny. This is like a nightmare. This is exactly what my nightmares feel like. It's a familiar situation with one variable removed, and the entire time you're thinking about that variable in the familiar situation, and you feel lost. Honestly, what makes me the most uncomfortable right now is Monika. Like, there's so obviously something horrible going on here, and that she knows exactly what it is, and that she's trying to create the circumstance. It's like deja vu, but not. It's like the worst kind of deja vu. It's like having a nightmare and then you're walking down the street and you see the same dog from your nightmare, then you see the same guy from your nightmare, then you see the same building, then the same truck. That's what it feels like. It's really not good. This is, and not good in a great way, but this is like horrifying to me. I'm going to remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more. Jacob, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Hee hee. Yeah. Can I really impress this class star, Monica, with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri cleans up the tea set. I guess I'll be on my way then. Okay. See you tomorrow then. Can't wait. It's hard to describe how this makes you feel. So, let's have a little talk time for a minute. In a lot of video games and all sorts of different things, in some film as well, like 3D rendered film, there's something called the uncanny valley. What that is like a good example is what was it called? Mass Effect Andromeda's character designs were uncanny valley. They were of such high quality that they looked like humans, but they were broken. That game was broken. So when you look at the main character, she's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go over there," and it's just scary. It's just scary. It's so close to being what we know, what we expect, but it's just off a little bit. And our human minds, when we see that off just a little bit, it's enough to drive us like over the edge. This game is like sending my anxiety full throttle right now, but I'm here for it because I'm going to kill Monica. I swear to God, I don't know where this game's gonna go. I don't know what the end result of anything that's happened is gonna be. I have no clue. I'm going to kill her. I'm done with her. She's horrible. We're going to get her. She's going down. Ugh. But yeah, like I said, it's similar to when you have a nightmare, then you wake up, you're walking down the street, and then your nightmare comes alive. Exactly what this feels like right now. It feels like you dying was a nightmare, but when we woke up, she wasn't there. She was at first, and then she wasn't. And that reality of her not being here, we accept, which makes it even more horrifying. Because we've lost agency over our character. In the beginning, it feels like our decisions really are making a difference here. It feels like that's the point. Yes, dude, this is giving me chills. Like, it feels like that we had agency before, but now we have none. It's completely taken away from us. We're no longer making decisions that matter. Everything is outside of our control. And Monica's 100% in control of everything that's happening right now. This is amazing. Let's continue. I'm killing her though. She will not live through the rest of me playing this game. I'm had it up to here. You see the top of the screen? I've had it up to here with her. With that, I depart the club room and make my way home. The whole way my mind wanders back and forth between the three girls. The three girls. Natsuki, Yuri, and of course Monica. Okay. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? I'll have the chance to go closer to one of these girls. Alright. I just need to make the most of my circumstances and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. That dialogue changed too. There was a line in there, he was like, "All right." Bree Black, I should hit yes here, right? I'm really scared. I'm gonna wait for your advice. Feel like you know why not? Okay. I'm just scared. Special poem. Haven't even read it yet. I just saw the blood smear. Oh, okay. Today I cut my skin open for the first time. It was exhilarating. I think I understand how blank feels now. I'm gonna say blank is Yuri. I think Staryu wrote this, and she knew that Yuri was cutting herself because when I walked into the room with the water cups, she had her sleeve up like this, and then when I got close, she put it down really quick. Oh, fuck me. Everyone's down bad. God damn it, this game's gonna kill me. It's gonna make me sick. I'm supposed to be the responsible one, though, so I don't think I'll be doing it again unless I decide to kill myself. I left a memento of the occasion below. This almost looks like a fingerprint here. And this is where her wrist was. I'm guessing. Probably her wrist that she cut. And now there were two. Time for the loving Natsuki part of the game. Okay. Is that what I should do here? Because I did Yuri the first time. And I don't know how much of a... I don't know how much that played into everything. You will just like her the most. Okay, gotcha. Alright, let's answer these questions again. I'm gonna answer them honestly, how I did before as well. So... I just spoke about the uncanny valley, so we have to pick that word. I'm picking electricity because it has to do with like a spiritual belief of mine that's kind of weird, but I'm not gonna go into it. It's more like an abstract concept that I think about. I haven't spoiled anything, right? I don't think you have. I don't think so. At one point you were like, you're not gonna like Monica eventually, but I mean, you fucking called that. You called that. That's not really a spoiler, that's just like, interesting, I wonder why, and then I forgot about it, to be honest, until right now. Secretive. Flower. Grief. Uncontrollable. Oh Lord. I gotta think about this. Let's go with breathe. Also, back to the feels, have you ever had a nightmare where you wake up from the nightmare inside of the nightmare and you're having a nightmare in your room, then you wake up and you're just scared? No, I know exactly what you're saying. It's like a dream within a dream within a dream. And then, yeah, there's layers to it. Give me 1 second. So I actually keep a dream journal, and I have some pretty rough dreams. I've had kind of a hard life, just in general. But I believe that our dreams... Okay, so this is gonna go kind of deep here, but I feel like this game is necessary, and I can, you know, say what I want to say while playing this, and it's kind of all related to each other, but... Okay, so... I believe dreams are... Okay, let me describe what a dream actually is first. So acetylcholine neurons in your brain are firing off when you're asleep. When you enter REM sleep, that's what they're called, acetylcholine neurons, right? Now, nobody knows why you see what you see in a dream, and nobody sees the same thing as each other. Sure, you can have the variables in your subconscious that create the pictures be similar to somebody else's, but my dreams and your dreams will never exactly be the same because we've lived different lives. We've had different stimulation throughout our lives, right? And what a dream is your subconscious is like functioning almost like a computer where it's checking in with what you keep in the basement of your mind. What you try to suppress in your mind ends up in your subconscious. That's why people say, like, don't call yourself a bad name because your subconscious doesn't know the difference. If you say you're dumb, over time it can become a self-fulfilling prophecy that you aren't that bright anymore because you've always considered yourself dumb. Like, what you perceive yourself as is what you are in life. This is a universal truth. I truly believe this. My dreams are typically situations, regrets, shortcomings that my subconscious presents myself with in a new light. It's like a remixed situation that I've already lived, basically. It's like my trauma coming back to the forefront of my brain now. I don't have random dreams. I don't believe in the concept of random dreams. I believe that our subconscious picks what it does for a reason. It chooses very carefully what it wants to show you. Some people say, like, oh, it's just picking random things, you know? I think that means simply that you're not in tune with your subconscious in your conscious life. Like, when you're awake, you don't use intuition to solve problems. I do, as a person. I use intuition in all art that I make, in all things that I think. My intuition is the strongest thing about me. I believe that. So let's find some dreams, and I'll read you a few of mine. I'm pretty sure I wrote down a dream that was very similar to what you just described. A dream within a dream within a dream type thing. Let me just search it in my notes. I have like 3,000 notes in my phone. Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. If anything in the future, you'll come back to it. You'll be like, holy shit, that blows my mind. I'm sure I sound like Pepe Sylvia talking about this, but it's fine. Dream list. Okay. You had a really funny dream once, if you want to hear it. Sure. Honestly, that's probably going to be good for what I'm about to say. So I'll say this dream that I just found right here, and then you can tell me your dream, and it'll be the funny that balances the depressing. Alright, so this is dream number 5 in my dream journal. I'm in a small house. I feel horrible about something that happened. I kill myself in the dream, and I wake up in the same house. I walk out the front door, and on the patio, there's a bunch of long tables. Strangers are walking up the stairs to the house and sitting down at chairs placed around the tables. A woman sits, and I stand beside her. What am I doing here? I ask. She says, you don't remember? Other people around the table chuckle. One says, I didn't remember for a while either. I ask, what is this place? The same person replies, this is a place for people who are brokenhearted and made a bad decision. There you go. So, that's what my dreams are like. Tell me your funny dream, though. We need something funny to counteract that, what I just said. It was a downer. Wow, yeah, that's what my dreams are like. And that's one of the more tame ones, if I'm being completely honest. That was one of the shorter descriptions that I had. When I have a weird dream, I write it down immediately. I've actually come up with like complete stories from my dreams, but usually it's like a flash of something. I'll keep selecting these words as you type out your funny dream, though. I'd like to know what your funny dream was. Okay, so for context, I have layers in my dreams a lot, like dream in a dream sort of stuff. Interesting. We'll go with smile. Extraordinary. Ambient. Or question. Vertigo. Essence. I like unrestrained, disoriented. Childhood. Whisper. Memories. Joy. That seemed like a pretty even split between the two of them, but I mean there is only two of them, so. Basically, I woke up from a second layer dream in a car with my mom talking about the dream, and was like, hey, it'd be funny if this were a dream too, and then she looked at you and you woke up. Wow. That's pretty crazy. When you woke up, were you like, I'm actually awake now, right? Like, I am awake, right? I would have doubted it. I would have been like, I'm definitely asleep. Smack. Am I asleep? I was just laughing. That's funny. Hi again, Jacob. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. I should have. If I had agency, I would. Actually, you know what? We're trying to kill her. Never mind. We're sticking around. No, don't worry. This may be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Jacob. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you, making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Fuck me. Whole body's covered in chills. Come on, like he deserves any slack. You already had to be dragged here by Monica. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. If you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. If you don't take us seriously, you won't see the end of it. Certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps a manga collection in the club room. Her standing in front of the dialogue box is really scary to me. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Manga is literature. Swiftly defeated, Natsuki pops back into her seat. Sorry, Jacob. We'll make sure to put your comfort first, okay? Why is this shot so crooked? It's like making my head hurt. It's like slanted. Fuck. I also have stuff like I'm 95% asleep, so I can open my eyes and close them again and go in and out of the dream. That's called lucid dreaming. A lot of my dreams are like that too, where I feel like I'm just like looking around in the dream. It's kind of scary sometimes. Yuri shoots Natsuki with a disappointed glance. Anyway, now that you're in the club and all, perhaps you might have interest in picking up a book to read. Well, I can't really say no either way. Like you said, I'm in this club now, so it only feels right for me to do something like that if you ask. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. If you don't really want to, then forget I said anything, I guess. It's not that, Yuri. I want to try to be a part of this club. Even if I don't read often, I'd be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to. Are you sure? It just felt like, well, as vice president and all, but I should help you get started on something you might like. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. We could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. Like, I try to get up and walk somewhere, but I just do it in my dreams, so if I open up my eyes, it feels like everything resets. It kind of does. Yeah, that makes sense. That would make me panic a little too. It's kind of scary. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Woo! Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. So... Okay. This is how it happened before, I think. And then we like read the book together after reading the poems, I think. That's how it went. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club, but the music just changed key. I think. No, it didn't. Never mind. Oh my god, dude. This game has me on edge. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression like she was waiting for this chance. We're doing anime girls, we gotta focus. Yeah, you're right. I can't help but notice her intense expression like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki's rummaging around in the closet. I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a bit more, but at the same time, I would feel bad for distracting her from reading. I catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. It looks like the same book she lent to me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. Music change. Oh, crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me and our eyes meet for a split second. It only makes her hide her face deeper in the book. I was just spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable. Oh, it's fine. I was focused, and I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. I'm rereading a bit of this, so... That's the book you gave me, right? Mm-hmm. I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason. Just curious. Oh, just curious. How come you have two copies of the same book? So my theory... Okay, this is blowing my mind to bits right now, but my theory in the beginning of this game was that she wrote this book that she gave us the first time. I don't know if it's gonna change, like, the book or whatever, but, like, this is the part that made me think she wrote it. Is that she was like, well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday... Oh, that's not what I meant. I mean, I just happened to buy two of them. I see. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decided to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon. I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. It's a very engaging and relatable story. Is that so? What's the story about, anyway? Well, I look at the cover of the book. It's the same book, okay. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover. Basically, it's about this religious camp that was turned into a human experiment prison, and the people trapped there have this trait that turns them into... This is not the same book. This is a different book. Turns them into killing machines that lust for blood. But the facility gets even worse, and they start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs and affixing... What is this, Elden Ring? Jesus. That might be a little bit of a spoiler, but anyways, I'm really into it. The book, I mean. Not the thing about the limbs. That's kind of, it's kind of dark, isn't it? Yuri made it sound like it was gonna be a nice story, so that dark turn came from nowhere. Uh, are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Jacob? No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kinds of stories, so don't worry. I hope so. Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri's into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that this kind of story, it's the kind that challenges you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil. My anxiety is just like flaring at every difference that happens in this game. It is starting to make me sick. But because the world is full of horrible people and we're all worthless anyway. Then suddenly... Fuck me. I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's alright then, but I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem when I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts. All I saw was my whole body, something. I kind of forget to pay attention to other people, so I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much. What's this? I mean, that's... I don't know why my brain said, what's this? That's... I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. The least I can do is listen. It's a literature club, after all. Ah, that's... Well, that's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? Fuck me! Why are you doing this to Yuri? I loved Yuri. She was so sweet. God damn it. Alright, I'm good. Yes. I mean, you don't have to, but... What are you saying? Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I had put into my bag. Alright, it's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Ah, yeah. Are you sure? You seem a little apprehensive. That's... I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to, it's just something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in company with someone. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. Alright. I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling's somewhat comforting. Yuri's in the corner of my eye. I realize she's not looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead. I was just bathing in the... Alright, I need to, like, really be on the game here to read fast as shit. Because it seems like there's scary text popping up way too quickly for me to read it, but I really want to know what it is. So I'm gonna, like, try not to look at... So the way I have this set up is I have OBS on the right side of my screen and the game's on the left side of my screen. I occasionally look in OBS so I can see when chat pops up. I'm not going to do that anymore. I will check chat once in a while, but I'm going to focus on this game to try and get as much of the dialogue as I can. Okay. Yuri, you really apologize a lot, don't you? I do? I didn't really mean to. Sorry. I mean... Haha. Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book more between the two of them. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that'll make it difficult to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the book. Ah. I do the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way, I turn a page, Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to the side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? Turn the page? Oh, sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again. Our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. That's okay. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. Probably the least I can do. Since you've been so patient with me. Yeah. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey Yuri. This might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. Eh? No, I don't relate to this character at all. Definitely not. This is different. Really? I was just thinking that the way she second guesses things she says and all that. That's what you were talking about. Sorry. I thought you meant something else about her. Something else? Never. We didn't get that far yet. So I don't know why that came into my head. That is a scary expression on her face right now. Yuri, are you feeling alright? Yuri's been a little fidgety ever since we started reading. You can rest if you're feeling sick or something. Your breathing's a little... My breathing? Yuri puts her hand on her chest as if to feel her heartbeat. I didn't even notice. Anyway, I'm fine. I just need some water. Alright. Don't push yourself. Yuri stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. What on earth was that about? Jacob. Did something happen just now? Huh? I have no idea. Yuri was acting a little strange, I guess. So, you don't know anything. Sorry, I can't say I do. Are you worried about her? Oh no, not really. I was just making sure that you didn't do anything to her. No, nothing. Don't worry, I believe you, silly. Yuri just does this sometimes, so it's nothing alarming. Alright, if you say so. Anyway, why don't we start with sharing our poems with each other? Huh? Shouldn't we wait for Yuri? Well, she might be a while, so I just figured we'd get started without her. Is that okay? Yeah, I was just asking. I stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag. I see why you said this is when you get attracted to Natsuki. Monika's not giving me an option. This is scary. I told Natsuki I was interested in her poems yesterday. It's probably only fair that I shared mine with her first. Well, it's about what I expected from someone like you. That's a little blunt. Well, excuse me. It's not like what I said was bad. Just didn't evoke any emotions. So basically it's not cute enough for your taste. Do you want to get smacked? I'll pass. Either weird person, weirder person, or slight annoyance. It's funny. Well, anyway, I guess I need to show you mine. Not that you like it. It's the same poem. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah. I told you weren't gonna like it. I like it. What? Just be honest. I am. Why are you so convinced I wouldn't like it? Well... Because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff, so people don't even take my writing seriously. Isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid. Yes, exactly. It's like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. I understand. But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end but made it fall flat on purpose. Maybe you should start writing for Natsuki. Just so you get to hide more. Maybe you should start writing for Natsuki. Just so I get to hide more. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. Explain a little more, but try not to over-explain. Like, give me a hint at what you really mean there. Like, I set up for a rhyme at the end, but made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. The less time with Monica, the better. Okay. Really? Does it matter? Okay. If it matters, I will try, but I kind of want to see more of Monica because I feel like she's the centerpiece for this horror. Also, you didn't do Natsuki, so yeah, with the poem, I didn't try to appeal to anyone specifically. I think I'm just gonna like keep doing it how I'm doing it and just see what happens. Does it matter? Do I have to do it a certain way to get like a desired ending here? That's kind of what I need to know, I think. No, you don't. Okay. I'm just gonna keep going with how I'm doing it then, where I'm like just trying to do the poem how I would do it in real life and just I'll see what happens. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized. That's what it means to be a pro. Glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, I guess not. I decided to humor her with the last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is. Let's see what Monica's doing. Hi, Jacob. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good, glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, tell me. I'm always listening, she said. There's something to that. There's something to that. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Haha. Jacob, we're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier we'll all learn to get past soon. That's true. I hand Monica my poem. Great job, Jacob. I was going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. Brandon, you came in way too late into this game. Have you played this before? Before I continue anything, I need to know if you've played this before. Because I want you to play this game if you haven't played it, and I'm like very deep into the game, and shit is crazy right now. It'd be hilarious if she started responding to your mic. I would throw up if she started responding to my mic. I would have a panic attack and just fall over on the ground dead. If you haven't played this, Brandon, it's free. This is a free game, and it is amazing. Like, dead serious. I've had a really good time playing this today. Okay, you played it. Okay, cool. Alright, bet. So, no spoilers or nothing? But yeah. We're gonna keep running through this. So, I saw the suicide. I am now in the second sequence of events from the beginning, right? And oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I had no idea that you were afraid of me. Exactly, dude. So, I'm in the second sequence of events. I'm piecing things together right now. Monica is fucked up. This bitch is a shit stirrer, and I've been saying it the whole goddamn game. She has been freaking me out, making me really uncomfortable. She knows so much more than she's letting on, and she convinced Aryu to kill herself. I'm fucking convinced of it. I know it as a fact, right? Besides that, um, what else? What else? What else? I'm gonna kill Monica. I don't care if the game doesn't let me. I'm gonna figure it out in this game. She's not gonna survive this. That is my goal here. Um, I love Yuri. That's another thing. She's adorable. Let me think. I think that's it. I think I brought you up to date with where we are and everything. Alright, let's keep going. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way it always counts when I put in some effort. It's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Sometimes I feel like Yuri's mind is just totally detached from reality. I don't mean that like it's a bad thing, though. Sometimes I get the impression that she's just totally given up on people. She spends so much time in her own head that it's probably a much more interesting place for her. Okay. So if this writing that I just read is a metaphor for Yuri's writing, which is a meta-narrative for what's actually going on, I am in my own head right now. Let's continue, though, and see what's going on. But that's why she gets so happy when you treat her with a lot of kindness. I don't think that she's used to being indulged like that. She must really be starved for social interaction, so don't blame her for coming on a little strongly, like earlier. I think if she gets too stimulated, she ends up withdrawing and looking for alone time. Suddenly the door opens. Yuri. Did I miss anything? Not really. Well, we all started sharing our poems with each other. Oh? Already? I'm sorry for being late. No need to apologize. We still have plenty of time, so I'm more glad that you took all the time you needed. Thanks, Monica. I suppose I should go get my poem now. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's because I have to sound confident. It doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Let's read it then. This is different than it was the first time, her poem. This has changed. Come on. There we go. Hole in wall. But he wasn't looking at me. Stream has died on me like 4 times. I think that's you, because I'm monitoring the stream right now. I'm sorry, bud. I'm like 99% sure it's on your end. Because I've like fixed the stream completely. I did today, like in the middle of doing Doki Doki, I like figured out what was wrong with my video encoder and fixed it. I'm monitoring it on my phone right now. Okay. Okay, but he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glance at my surroundings. My burned eyes can no longer see color. Are there others in the room? Are they talking? Or are they simply poems on flat sheets of paper? The sound of frantic scrawling playing tricks on my ears. The room begins to crinkle, closing in on me. The air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. It's right there. He's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen. What do you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. That's okay. Yeah, that kind of style's gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is a... Oh, shit, I didn't mean to hit it. You're not at home right now? That's probably why, then. That makes sense. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. She mentioned this before. I remember this last time. Hmm. So she said this before she restarted everything without Saryu. There's definitely some significance. We need to figure out what this epiphany is. It will reveal the plan, the grand scheme that's going on right now. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany. Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe once we're all good friends with each other. I remember her saying that before. I didn't even have to look at it. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up for later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Okay, so something I noticed about that interaction with Monica is that nothing weird happened at all. The entire time. No black text. No shaky, fucked up, blurry shit. She's 100% the root of what's happening here. I know it. Let's keep going. Yuri. As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten. Exceptional. What was that? Did I say that out loud? Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face. He's going to hate me. She said this the first time, and I thought it was weird. Let's see what's going on here. You really didn't do anything wrong, Yuri. I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Yuri takes a breath. So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imagery and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before. Really? That's a huge compliment coming from you. This is actually my first time, really. Huh? Yuri stares at me blankly, then looks at my poem again. Well, I know that. I just meant, Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her finger along the words in the poem as if breaking it down more thoroughly. Yeah. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers, and having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their writing style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter and then they form-fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering's completely gone and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There's so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased, though. Biased how? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri's apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily, and that's a very rare opportunity for her, which in itself is kind of funny, is how you should say that. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Ghost Under the Light. This is the same poem as before. This hasn't changed. When we were talking to her earlier, she said the word bathing. It was like black text on the screen and it said bathing. I'm so sorry I have such terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. But it took you a long time to read. I don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting's really pretty. Huh? That's a relief. I also like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad that you like it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Jacob. Really. I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps, the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past. Is Monica a ghost? But then, like, how would Yuri exist? She could just be a human. But then how would time have been rewound without Saryu in it? Maybe that's part of the truth. We'll find out. Let's keep going. And soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive. Okay? It's nothing, really. Yours was impressive too, so... Nah. If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you. You think so? Yeah, of course. You know, I was really nervous about doing all of this, but in the end I enjoyed it. I feel like if anything, Sayori would be the ghost, right? Though she's not here. I mean, yeah, like logically that would make sense, but what I'm trying to figure out is how Monica has the ability to remove Saryu from this timeline. Not only by like feeding her information to get her to kill herself when she knows that she's in a weakened mental condition, but like how she's able to restart the timeline where I remember her in the beginning. I see her running towards me. She glitches out and then she disappears forever, and then she never existed. Monica is the possessor of that power. I can tell. I can feel it at this point. She's the one who said you really left her hanging this morning. There's too much going on here that points to like her being something weird or fucked up, like a demon that's like in control of everything. This is so much fun. Okay. I'm going to keep doing my best for you, Jacob. Me too. You. I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I thought it would be. It's as if everyone's judging me for my mediocre writing ability. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. There is in fact a lot of evidence for her being a bad. Yeah. So like I know something fucked up is going on with her, and I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it, and then I'm gonna go. I'm a karate chopper. And I'm gonna say, Bossayu! Bossayu! Ooh, ooh. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Monika's writing something in her notebook. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. Natsuki, what's with this language? Huh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. Ah, shit, not this. Oh, so you think so something bad's gonna happen. Alright. I mean, that's kind of to be expected, but we'll see. I guess you could say it's fancy. Aw, thanks. Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? I miss Sayori even more now. Yeah, Sayori. Yeah, me too. Big War of Palmer vibes to Sayori, honestly. Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. Eh? You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all. Well, I do have a couple suggestions. I was looking for suggestions. I would have asked someone who actually liked it, which people did, by the way. Monica liked it. Jacob did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. I just realized something. And I just picked up on your Sayori hint. She used to break up all their fights. Like, she used to pop in with, like, hey guys, like, why are we fighting? I hate arguing. That kind of thing. Like, they wouldn't argue in front of her because it would upset her. And I remember right about here is when she hopped in. The first time. And Jacob liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. Eh? That's not what I... You're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Jacob appreciated my advice more than he appreciated yours. Huh? How do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Yeah, this song's pretty cool. It reminds me of Earthbound a little bit. It's really crazy sounding. The synthesizer is really what sends it over the edge. Earthbound Sands. Monica's Sands. Oh. Sands plays a kind of a crazy role in that game when you really like see all the stories. Like you just proved it. That's so funny. I don't know, there could be similarities here between Sans and Monica to some extent. Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Jacob started showing up. Natsuki? Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you. This is when... Sayori stopped them before. Okay. Alright. Okay. Fuck me. Taking out your own insecurities on others like that? You really... As young as you look, Natsuki. Me, look who's talking, you wanna be edgy, bitch. Edgy? Sorry that my lifestyle is too much for someone of your mental age to comprehend. See? Just saying that proves my point. Most people learn to get over themselves after they graduate middle school, you know? Damn. Stanley Parable's a great game that breaks the fourth wall. That's a good point, too. If you want to prove anything, then stop harassing others with your sickening attitude. You think you can counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute? The only cute thing about you is how hard you try. Whoa, be careful, you might just cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad, you already do, don't you? I was right. I was right about the letter and the sleeve. Ah! Alright. Oh my god. Did you just accuse me of cutting myself? What the fuck is wrong with your head? Yeah, go on. Let Jacob hear everything you really think. I'm sure he'll be head over heels for you after this. Ah! Suddenly Yuri turns toward me, as if she'd just noticed I was standing here. Jacob. She's trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. Monica is making this happen right now. She she tried to like make it look good for appearances. She tried to stop it. Not real. How did I get like this? I couldn't read that fast enough at all. Okay, Monica. I'm coming for you. You killed my precious Soryu. You're not making it out of here alive. Hey Jacob. Why don't we step outside for a little bit? Okay. Sorry about that. They really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. It's probably better for us to stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. Uh-huh. Some president I am, right? Can't even confront my own club members properly. I just wish I was able to be a little more assertive sometimes. But I never have it in me to put my foot down against others. You understand, right? She's a snake. She's a fucking snake lady. She's over here whispering the sinful nothings into people's ears and then watching as they implode on themselves. She purposely took the person out who would keep the violence down. I swear to God, it's because she wants me for herself. I said that earlier, and it really feels that way. It feels like she is now trying to make the other two girls look like horrible options, so I won't like be interested in them, and I'll be interested in her. She's like, "Oh, feel sympathy for me. I'm the president of the club, but I can't even like do it." Anyway, if this makes you want to spend less time with the others, then that's fine. Look at that. I'm figuring it out. I'd be happy to spend time with you instead. Suddenly, Natsuki runs out of the classroom. She quickly runs away. Oh dear. Well, it looks like they're done. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yuri is rocking back and forth in her desk with her palms on her forehead. Yuri? I didn't mean it. I believe you. I have no idea what Yuri might have said to Natsuki. Or did. Jacob, please don't hate me. Please. Maybe this is what she meant when earlier she said, "You're going to hate me." Please, I'm not like this. There's something wrong with me today. Chills all over my goddamn body right now. It's fine, Yuri. We know you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm sure Natsuki will forget all about it by tomorrow. Completely. This bitch is going after Natsuki now. I don't like this. She's disturbing my harem. I don't like this. I'm gonna have to take out Monica. That's how this is gonna go. Anyway, the meeting is over, so you can go home now if you want. Yuri looks at me like she wants to say something, but she keeps glancing at Monica. You can go first, Monica. God fucking damn it, man. I'd like to stay a little bit longer. No, that's what I'm saying. She's going after Natsuki now. Like, that's uh-uh. I'm the president, so I should be the last one out. I'll wait for you to be done. Well, I'm vice president, so please let me take that responsibility today. It sounds like you don't want me around for something, Yuri. It's not that. It's not that. I just I didn't get much of a chance to discuss my book with Jacob. It would be embarrassing with you listening. I guess I don't really have a choice, do I? I'm sorry for causing trouble. I really... Okay. I'm gonna click this. Okay. Oh, okay. We're good. It's all fine. Just keep going. That's really scary. This picture over here. It's really hard to look at. Alright. Misfortune? Comfort. Oh man. Philosophy? Excitement. Oriented. Misery. Okay. Ambient. Destiny. Vertigo. Unrestrained. Childhood. Fear. When I click one that I've already clicked, it doesn't make a noise. When I click one that I haven't clicked before, and it's for Yuri, it goes. When I hit one that I've done before, I forgot her name already, Natsuki. When I hit one for her, it makes a different noise. Existence. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple of days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Welcome back, Jacob. Hi, Yuri. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's Yuri's expression, but the weight of yesterday's quarrel still hangs in the air a little. Yuri glances over her shoulder, looking around the room. Natsuki's reading manga at a desk, and surprisingly, Monika's not here yet. Suddenly, Yuri takes my arm and pulls me to the corner of the room. About yesterday, I really need to apologize. Nothing like that has ever happened before. And something just came over me, I guess. I wasn't acting mentally sound. Please don't think we're usually like this. Not just me, but Natsuki as well. Yuri, I'm happy that you were considerate and apologized. You don't have to worry too much. Even though I've only been here a couple days, I could tell something was off yesterday. Maybe we were just a little extra sensitive because it was our first time sharing poems. But whatever it was, it didn't make me think any less of you. I'd already decided that there's no way you could be a bad person. And if you're apologizing, I know you really didn't mean it. Ah, Jacob, don't say those kinds of things so frankly. They make me a little too happy. I'm really glad that you're such an understanding person. I'm really glad that you joined this club. Everything's a little bit brighter with you around, and... Sorry, what am I saying right now? Have you guys seen Monica? No, I haven't. I was also kind of wondering where she was. Man. Yuri, I'm guessing you haven't either? Yuri is clearly taken aback by how calmly Natsuki's addressing her. No, I haven't. Geez, this isn't like her at all. I know it's stupid, but I can't help but worry a little bit. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Natsuki, about yesterday, I just wanted to apologize. I promise I didn't mean any of the things I said, and I'll do my best to stay under control from now on. So, Yuri, what the heck are you talking about? Did you do something yesterday? Uh, Jeez. Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was nothing. Okay. I don't even remember anything bad happening. You're the kind of person who worries too much about the little things, aren't you? What? Mibble, sailcloth, blindside, lifeline, anon, rectipotele, faultlessly offered. Stellar running at Nade. Oh my fucking god, she has a real mouth. I'll accept your apology anyway, if it helps you feel better about it. Besides, it's kinda nice to hear since I was always afraid you secretly hated me or something like that. No, not at all. I don't hate you. Haha. Well, you're kind of weird, but I don't hate you either. Natsuki turns to me. You're still on trial, though. Hey. Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. There you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything. Nah. Well, Natsuki was. I was not. Haha. What took you so long anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of just lost track of time. Haha. That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring at least. I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano. She's sweating again. Characters have been doing this when they're lying. I've noticed that. Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica. Don't give me more credit than I deserve. I guess I've been practicing for a while, but I'm still not really good yet. Still, it must require a lot of dedication, so I'm still impressed. Oh, well thanks, Yuri. You should play something for us sometime. That's... Monica looks at me. Well, I am working on writing a song, but it's not quite done yet. Maybe once I get a little bit better, I will. That sounds cool. I look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Jacob. Monica smiles sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I was hoping that I could share it with you anyway. I guess that's why I've been practicing so much recently. To share it with me. Yeah. I'm not sure if Monica was referring to the whole club or just me. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I? No, not really. I chose not to bring up anything that the three of us had talked about. Besides, Natsuki had already run off into the closet. Jacob, since your compliments put me in a good mood, I was wondering if you'd like to spend some time together today. I mean, in the club. Yeah, definitely. I planned on it anyway. Okay. Should we start now? Let's find a place to sit. I'm being a little forceful, aren't I? I'm sorry. My heart just won't start pounding for some reason. Don't worry about it. If anything, it's nice to see you have so much energy. Yeah. I need to try to calm down. I won't be able to focus on reading like this. Oh, you're fine. Don't worry about it. If you're gonna take off now, have a good night, Replay. If you want to, like, leave it on as you go to sleep, either or is cool with me. Yeah. I appreciate you. I'll probably stream something else tomorrow. Yeah, have a good night. Don't know what it's gonna be, but we'll figure something out. I won't be able to focus on reading like this. Take your time. Yuri takes a deep breath and pulls a copy of the book out of her bag. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. If there's one thing that can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm going to plug this in at the teacher's desk, then I'll go get some water. My arm's itchy, sorry. She walked past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. My voice is kind of going, so I gotta turn the music down just a little bit, just to make sure you guys can hear me. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms. Especially because of her long legs, Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. That's okay. You stay here. It won't take long. The first time this happened, she was like, no, yeah, come with me. And then Monica was like, why? That's a task for one person. And Yuri was like, butt out, Monica. Let us do something. And then we ended up doing it anyway, and then we had the long talk in the hallway. Monica, did Yuri leave you again? No, it's not like that this time. She's just filling up the water pitcher to make tea. Oh, okay. Sorry for misunderstanding. Very deliberate here. 10 minutes pass. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Is something holding her up? I'm bored just waiting here, so I decided to go look for her. Let's see. The most logical place for Yuri to be would be the nearest water fountain. I start heading down the hallway. Ah, haha. What's that noise? It's coming from around the corner. It sounds like breathing. A sharp inhale, like someone is sucking the air through their teeth. Are they in pain? I reach the corner and peer around it. Yuri? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Are they in pain? Sounds like... Ah. Most logical place. Let's see. I'm bored just waiting here. Rewind. I'm back. Thanks for waiting patiently. Jacob, do you like oolong tea? Yeah. Anything is fine. Very well. Yuri sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. You really do this properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others. Even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything. In that case, you'll only be even more impressed. Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. You must be in a good mood now. Is that so? I was letting it show, and you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking, and I decided that I would try expressing myself a little bit more. It turns out it's not very hard for me to do. When it's you who's around, anyway. That's great, Yuri. Just don't push yourself too much. You're always worrying about me, Jacob. It's very endearing. Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. I watch Yuri pour a cup of tea for each of us. Jacob, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Why's that? It's a little bit easier on my back. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over at my desk. Sorry, I didn't realize. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it. Is that so? I wonder why that is. It's most likely because your posture, right? Always hunched over like that while reading? Yeah. Terrible reading posture. That's why we should sit on the floor. Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book. I retrieved the book from my bag. I had some chocolate as well. It's a small bag of chocolate candies. I'll take it. It'll go well with the tea. Yuri and I then sit against the wall, teacups at our sides. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other. I can't see too well. Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup. Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I use all of my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a little. I put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. That's okay. I won't take any. Are you sure? Well, If I touch it, then I might get smudges on the pages. Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Yuri opens the book with both hands. She holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading from it. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. In that case, Yuri is already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate and I hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Eh? Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just? Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened. Jacob? Sorry. I guess I shouldn't have done that. Yuri starts to breathe heavily. I can't. This is different. And the music cutting out scares the shit out of me. Something scary is about to happen. I'm really Oh man, I love Yuri. Please don't do this to me. Suddenly, Yuri forcefully grabs my arm and jerks me to my feet. My teacup gets knocked over. Jacob. My heart. My heart won't stop pounding, Jacob. I can't calm down. I can't focus on anything anymore. Can you feel it, Jacob? Yuri suddenly presses my hand against her chest. Why is this happening to me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't make it stop. It even makes me not want to read. I just want to look at you. Ah, ah, fuck me, man. Ah, oh, fuck. Oh, God. I gotta calm down a little bit. I'm just glad she's okay. Um, it's time to share poems. Jesus Christ. Alright. I'm gonna turn the game volume up. It looks like it's a little low. My voice just wasn't really picking up earlier very well. Okay. So Natsuki was just in the closet during all of that. It said she ran into the closet, and then we didn't hear anything about what happened to her after that. I've been waiting for this. Let's see what you've written for today. Yuri stares at the poem with a surprised expression on her face. Do you like it? Jacob, this one might be even better than yesterday's. How did you manage to pick up on this so quickly? Just yesterday I was telling you the kind of techniques worth practicing. Maybe that's why. You did a good job explaining. I really wanted to try giving it more imagery. Yuri visibly swallows. Burped, sorry. Even her hands appear sweaty. That makes me so happy. It's so amazing to feel like I'm valued, Jacob. Everything that you write is a treasure to me. My heart pounds just holding it. I want to write a poem about this feeling. Is that bad, Jacob? I'm not being weird, right? I'm having a harder time than usual at concealing my emotions. I'm kind of embarrassed. But right now, I just want you to read my poem too, okay? Oh, fuck. Okay. Wheel. A rotating wheel, turning on an axle, grinding, bolt head, linear gearbox, falling sky, seven holy stakes, a docked ship, a portal to another world, a thin rope tied to a thick rope, a torn harness, parabolic gearbox, expanding universe. Let me scroll down. Time controlled by slipping cogwheels, existence of God, swimming with open water in all directions, drowning, a prayer written in blood, a prayer written in time-devouring snakes, with human eyes, a thread connecting all living human eyes, a kaleidoscope of holy stakes, exponential gearbox, a sky of exploding stars, God displaying the existence of God, a wheel rotating in six dimensions, 40 gears and a ticking clock, a clock that ticks 1 second for every rotation of the planet, a clock that ticks 40 times every time it ticks a second time, a bolt head of holy stakes tied to the existence of a docked ship to another world, a kaleidoscope of blood written in clocks, a time-devouring prayer connecting a sky of 40 gears and hope. Okay, Time-devouring prayer connecting in a sky of 40 gears and open human eyes in all directions. Breathing gearbox, breathing bolthead, breathing ship, breathing portal, breathing snakes, breathing God, breathing blood, breathing holy stakes, breathing human eyes, breathing time, breathing prayer, breathing sky, breathing wheel. Fuck. It's beautifully horrifying. Haha. Doesn't really matter what it's about. My mind has been a little hyperactive lately, so I had to take it out on your pen. Ah, that is a pen that fell out of your backpack yesterday, so I took it home for safekeeping and I just really like the way it writes. I wrote this poem with it, and now you're touching it. Uh, I'm okay. What did I just? We pretend this conversation never happened. You can keep the poem though. Natsuki, I like your last one better. Yeah, really? Yeah, I can tell you were a little more daring with this one. But you're really not good enough for that yet. It fell flat. It may be true, but I just wanted to try something different. I'm still figuring this all out. You're still new to this, so I wouldn't expect you to find your style right away. I mean, everyone in the club writes really differently from each other. Maybe you'll find a little influence from all of us. For instance, I noticed that you were spending more time with Yuri today. Not that I care who you spend your time with. After all, I was taught never to expect anything from anybody, so it's not like I was waiting for you or anything. Still, you should at least look over my poem. You'll probably be able to learn something from it. Okay. Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wriggly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time, oh, one time I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers, and I'm gonna tell everyone. Weird. There's definitely, like, hidden meaning in that. Not bad, right? It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's. Yesterday's was too short. I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think that was the best I could do. No, of course not. Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. I doubt I have to explain it. Like, anyone would agree that the subject of the poem is an ignorant jerk. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or a guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid if people find out they make fun of you or think less of you. But that just makes people stupid. Who cares what someone likes as long as they're not hurting anyone and it makes them happy? I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things. Such as two of the girls in this very club whom I respectfully won't name. Kind of ironic that even in one place of comfort, I can't even have people respect me. Geez, now you're making me complain too much. What did I do? For what it's worth, I respect you. Well, I guess thanks. It's kind of obvious that you respect Yuri more, so whatever, we're done sharing. You can leave now. Monica. Jacob, I think you saw something earlier you weren't supposed to see. Chills. I didn't want to have to tell you this, but I don't think I have a choice. It's kind of getting dangerous for you to spend so much time with Yuri. I don't know why, but she seems pretty easily excitable when she's around you, which shouldn't be a problem in itself. But when Yuri gets too excited, she finds a place to hide and starts cutting herself with a pocket knife. Isn't that kind of messed up? She even brings a different one to school every day, like she has a collection or something. I mean, it's definitely not because she's depressed or anything like that. I think she just gets some kind of high from it. It might even be like a sexual thing. She was sweating when she said the sexual thing bit. But the point is, you've kind of been enabling her. I'm not saying it's your fault though, but I guess that's why I had to explain it all to you. So I think if you keep your distance, that would probably be best for her. While you're at it, don't be shy to spend a little more time with me. I hate this girl. I hate her. To put it lightly, I at least have it together in the head and I know how to treat my members, but anyway. You want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Save me. Delete her. It was load me last time. Save me. The colors, they won't. Bright, deep, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, and blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise it won't stop. Violent, grating. I can't read that. Squeaking, screeching, piercing. Sine, cosine, tangent in all caps this time. Like playing on a chalkboard on a turntable. That's two lines mixed together this time. Like playing a knife on a breathing rib cage. Mindless. But meaningless. Delete her. Sorry, I know it's kind of abstract. I'm just trying to, well, never mind. There's no point in explaining. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. Whenever that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when, who am I talking to? Can you hear me? Tell me if you can hear me. Anything. This game's killing me. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. You've unlocked a special poem. Would I like to read it? A dream. I was wandering in an abandoned warehouse at night. I was lost, looking for an exit. I just wanted to go home. I came upon a huge empty room. Its ceiling and walls were beyond the deep blackness. My steps were quick in order to hurry to the other side or to a wall, to anything. Suddenly the ground was no longer beneath my feet. I stepped into a hole of indeterminate width. I fell for a good 5 seconds before crashing into warm water. Figuring out which way was up, I surfaced myself. The air was humid, and the sounds of my splashing reverberated endlessly. My vision was completely swallowed by the dark. With one hand, I could feel the damp metal wall of the container. My lungs were already getting tired. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? We have something we need to go over today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. It's not like we can put anything together in a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves. That's a concern of mine, too. I don't really do well with last-minute preparation. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? Give me a minute, I need some water. Oh, this is the most reading I've done in one day out loud in my entire life, probably. My throat is going to be raw as shit tomorrow. I may have to take a day off streaming, I don't know. We'll see. If I sound, like, decent, I'll go for it, but right now, my throat feels hoarse as shit. I have to power through this game tonight. I need to know what happens, and I refuse to watch somebody else do it. But I know everyone's been a little more lively ever since Jacob joined, and we've started with some club activities, but this isn't the time for us to become complacent. We still only have 4 members, and the festival is our only real chance to find more, you know? What's so great about getting new members anyway? We already have enough to be considered an official club. More members will just mean everything gets noisier and more difficult to manage. Natsuki, I don't think you're looking at it the right way at all. Don't you want to share your passion with as many people as you can? To inspire them to find that same feeling that brought you here in the first place? The literature club should be a place where people can express themselves like they can't do anywhere else. It should be a place so intimate that you never want to leave. I know you feel that way too. I know we all do. That's why we should work hard and put something together for the festival, even if it's small. Right, Jacob? Come on. You can't take advantage of Jacob. To agree with you just because he doesn't know how to say no to anything. Look, Monica. Do you really think any of us here joined the club with other people in mind? Yuri never even talked until Jacob joined. As for me, I just like it better here than I do at home. And Jacob isn't even passionate about literature in the first place. And that's everyone. Sorry, but you're really the only one who's so interested in finding new members. The rest of us are fine like this. I know you're president and all, but you should really consider our opinions for once. Monica is clearly taken aback by Natsuki's words. That's not true at all. I'm sure Yuri and Jacob want to get more members too. Right? I don't know about Yuri, but I'm kind of indifferent. If I showed as much my bad. If I showed as much enthusiasm as Monica wanted, then I would probably be lying. Still, if it's up to me to rescue this situation... No. Natsuki's right, isn't she? This club. It's nothing more than a place for a few people to hang out. Why did I think that everyone here saw it the same way as I did? But that doesn't mean that we're against getting new members or anything. Jacob, why did you even join this club? What were you hoping to get out of it? Well, that's not really something I can be honest about, is it? In fact, if I remember, you weren't even given a choice not to join. Monica sits down and stares at her desk. What's the point of all this anyway? What if starting this club was a mistake? Now you've done it, Natsuki. What, me? I just spoke my mind. Is it a crime to be honest? It's not about being honest. It's about word choice. Besides, you've no right to speak for everyone else in the club like that. You don't understand at all. I just want a place that feels nice to hang out with a few friends. Is there a problem with the club being that for me? There aren't many other places like that for me. Now Monica wants to take it away from me? She's not taking anything away. No, Jacob. It's not the same. It won't be the same with the direction she wants to take it. If I wanted that, then I could have just joined any other stupid club. But this one, I mean, at least for a little bit of time, things were nice. Damn. That brought tears to my eyes. Natsuki starts packing up her things. I'm going home. I feel like I don't belong here right now. Natsuki. Natsuki ignores Yuri and walks right out of the classroom. This is bad. I don't know what to do. Well, do you have an opinion on the festival? I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent, I guess. Who cares about that obnoxious brat? I mean, I like how nice and quiet the club is right now. And I'm just happy with you here. But still, I'm the vice president. It's not right for me to ignore my responsibilities like that. Nobody would cry if she killed herself. Okay. I should do my best to consider everyone's perspective and make the decision that's right for the club. What about you, Jacob? What do you want to get out of this club? Yuri repeats the same question as Monica. I decide giving an indirect answer is better than nothing. I think the most important thing is for everyone to get along. For the club to provide something that you can't get anywhere else. I don't think it's about how many members, but rather the quality of each member. That's what will end up making the Literature Club a special place. I see. I really agree with you. Each member contributes their own qualities in a special way. With each change in members, the identity of the club as a whole will change too. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Stepping out of your comfort zone once in a while. So if you would like to help Monica with the festival, then I'm on your side as well. Alright. Maybe we can all talk to Natsuki tomorrow. Yuri nods. Monica. Hey, Yuri. I know things were a little awkward yesterday, but I feel like you deserve to know that I still think you're a wonderful vice president, and also a wonderful friend. Monica. I want to do everything I can to make this the best club ever. Okay. Me too. Yeah. Let's all go home for today. We'll talk about the festival tomorrow. Okay. I look forward to it. Shall we go, Jacob? Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to chat a little bit with Jacob before we leave, just to see what he thinks of his time here and all that. It's important to me as president. Yuri looks a little bit troubled, but she doesn't protest. Okay. I trust your judgment, Monica. In that case, I'll see the two of you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Monica waves as Yuri exits the classroom. Phew. Things have been a little bit hectic lately, haven't they? Jacob, I just wanted to make sure you're enjoying your time at this club. I would really hate to see you unhappy. I feel kind of like I'm responsible for that as president. There's a film grain coming in right now. Everything's getting darker. And I really do care about you, you know. I don't like seeing other girls give you a hard time. With how mean Natsuki is and everything. And Yuri being a little bit, you know. Haha. Sometimes it feels like you and I are the only real people here. You know what I mean? But it's weird, because in all the time you've been here, we've hardly gotten to spend any time together. I mean, I guess it's technically only been a couple days. Sorry, I didn't mean to say something weird. There are just some things I've been hoping to talk about with you. Things I know only you could understand, so that's why. Wait, not yet, no. Help. God damn it. Oh, I didn't hit those. This game's really freaking me the fuck out. Not having anybody in chat to talk to also makes this way scarier. Having, Reblock here was a big help, to be honest. Just, like, having someone to bounce off of. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, so 3 more. 18, 19, 20. Hi, Jacob. I've been waiting for you. Are you ready to continue reading? I brought my best tea today. Monica, I told you not to. Ugh. Is she really late again? What? Inconsiderate as usual, Natsuki. Excuse me? Must you always interrupt my conversations with your incessant yelling? What are you talking about? You say that like I do it on a regular basis or something. I just wasn't paying attention, okay? I'm sorry. Seriously, what's gotten into you lately? Me? Nothing. Is it really that bad? See, it is something. I'll get over it. It's not even anything noteworthy. I've just been feeling a little on edge lately. Anyway, we don't need to talk about it. Well, I just felt like I needed to bring it up. It's not really like I care or anything. Oh man, I'm the last one here again. Well, Jacob just walked in too. Were you practicing piano again? Yeah. Haha. You must have a lot of determination starting this club and still trying to make time for piano. Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion. It motivates me to work hard for the festival and... He's sweating again. Right. I forgot. Has she said that already in this timeline? Is that what just happened? Did she just like repeat herself in this timeline that she created? If she's not the creator of this, if she isn't the root cause of everything going on, I will be so shocked. I am like 99% certain that she is at fault here for everything going on. About that, Mitsuki, we were all talking yesterday and, well, we decided that we would like to support the festival as well. However, I understand how you would feel about not wanting the club to change. I think we all kind of feel that way. So as long as we're all working together, this club will never become something we don't want. Also, if you want to help out with the festival, then I'll buy you a new manga. Sorry, that last part was really funny. Look, I did some thinking about it yesterday. I was a little more hostile than I meant to be. I guess I really felt threatened or something. But I know this is something we're doing together. Another new member wouldn't hurt as long as they're cool. I guess another girl would be nice this time, but more importantly, I would hate to see the event suck just because I chose to back out. I'm a pro, you know. So I'm gonna help too, and we'll make sure it's done right. Thank goodness. Isn't that great, Monica? Monica? Yeah, that's wonderful. It wouldn't be the same without you, Natsuki. Anyway, Jacob, what do you want to do today? I was thinking we already have plans today. Is that so, Yuri? That's correct. Jacob is already engaged in a novel that we're reading together. Aren't you glad I've already gotten him into literature, Monica? I suppose. I was just... Actually, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You guys can do whatever you want. Yes. Thank you for understanding, Monica. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. If there's one thing that can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. It's funny how, like, in the beginning of this Let's Play, right, I was doing, like, all these different voices. I was like, alright, this girl's voice is gonna be up here, she's gonna be, like, in the middle, she's gonna be, like, right here. Over time, that just dissolved into, like, one girl voice, and now my voice is gone. Like, I've, like, my throat is so raspy right now that I'm just, like, everybody sounds the same. Maybe I shouldn't have done it all in one day, but, like, I can't put this down. I have to keep going. I'm obsessed. I'm so curious with what the fuck is going on here and what's gonna happen. Like, I have to know. I'm sorry if that, like, hindered anyone's enjoyment of this, but yeah. I selfish a little bit. I need to know what's gonna happen here, and I don't like faking a reaction to things. I'm never gonna do that. So, I need the first time I play this to be on film. I'm sorry. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm going to plug this in at the teacher's desk, and then I'll go get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms, especially because of her long legs. She appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. That's okay. You stay here. It won't take long. Pitcher in hand, Yuri hurries out of the classroom. Ah, did Yuri leave you again? No, it's not like that this time. She's just filling up the water pitcher to make tea. Oh, okay. Sorry for misunderstanding. This just fucking happened. 10 minutes pass. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Is something holding her up? I'm bored just waiting here, so I decided to go look for her. Let's see. The most logical place for Yuri to be would be the nearest water fountain. I start heading down the hallway. What's that noise? It's coming from around the corner. It sounds like breathing. Sharp inhale, like someone is sucking air through their teeth. Are they in pain? I reach the corner and peer around at Yuri. Yeah. Um, wait. How did I... Sorry, I just had a really weird deja vu. This hasn't happened before or anything, right? My head has been a little fuzzy lately. I hope it hasn't really been showing or anything. I would hate for you to think I'm weird just after we started spending time together. I mean, everyone has a few unusual things about them, but expressing those things so soon after meeting someone is usually seen as inappropriate or unlikable. At least that's what I've discovered. When I was a bit younger, I think I would come on really strongly and get a little too intense. It made people not want to be around me. So I started hating those things about myself. My obsession with certain hobbies and the way I can't control myself when I get too excited about something. So I eventually stopped trying to talk to people. Nobody could ever like me for the things that matter most to me. And it's just easier if I close myself off. Recently, something's been wrong. I don't know what it is, but every time we come to the club, my heart starts to go crazy. Like it's going to rip out of my chest. It overwhelms me with energy and emotions that I can't let out. It's been making me do weird things. I don't know why it's happening. Jacob, is it just me or has Monica been acting a little off lately? She's always been a sweetheart ever since I joined the club. Recently, I've been feeling something sharp whenever she's around. I'm not crazy, right? Please tell me I'm not. I couldn't say anything before because she's always listening. But finally, we're alone. Can we just stay here for a while? The look in her eyes is making my stomach hurt. Yeah, I just want to stay here. Just the two of us. We can stay here until the club ends. Then we'll have the club room all to ourselves. Nobody to interfere with our reading time. Nobody to make me feel like stabbing myself in the throat. There's something so weird on her face. There's like an overlay on the screen. If you look like here, here, in this area, and then if you look here, it's like shadow, like light play is taking place on her. That was a joke. Just a joke. I do like knives though. It sounds strange, but you wouldn't understand if you've never seen how beautiful they can be. I have an idea. Why don't you come to my house sometime? I can show you my collection. I've gotten them all from various artisans. I make sure to give them all a fair share of use. I don't want them to get lonely or anything. Nobody deserves to be lonely. Nobody. And that's why I'm so happy you joined the literature club, Jacob. Now we don't need to be lonely anymore. Because we have each other. Every day. That's all we need. You know what? Let's quit the literature club. There's no need for us to be around Monica's slimy tongue anymore. Not to mention that other pathetic child. We can walk home together every day after school and read together, eat together, sleep together. Doesn't it sound perfect? It's everything we could ever want. Isn't that why you joined the club in the first place? It's almost like it was fate. Fate that we would meet each other here. And now we get to be happy. We get the happy ending that we patiently waited years for. Will you do that with me? Will you do that with me, Jacob? Will... Who should I show my poem to first? Yuri. Finally. Ahaha. Yuri holds my poem to her face and takes a deep breath. I love it. I love everything about it. Jacob, I want to take this home. Will you let me keep it? Please? Sure, I don't care. Haha. You're too nice to me, Jacob. I've never met anyone as nice as you. I could die. No, honestly, but I just don't know how to describe it. It's okay to be feeling this way, right? It's not bad, right? Yuri holds my poem close to her chest. Yo, what's up? Thanks for the follow, I appreciate that. So I'm like binging this game, staying up. What'd you say? Habla español. No habla español. Sorry. But, what's up? F. I know. It happens. I wish I did. I wish I don't know any Spanish at all. I'm so sorry. I wish I did. I wish I could be like, all I know are bad words. I'm not gonna say Spanish bad words on stream. I wish I knew like more. Hold on. I know that one. I'm gonna take this home with me and keep it in my room. I hope that it makes you feel good when you think about me having it. I'll take good care of it. I'll even... Sheesh! Touch myself while reading it over and over. I'll give myself paper cuts so your skin oil enters my bloodstream. You can have my poem too. Besides, after you read it, I know you're really gonna want to keep it. Here, take it. I can't wait any longer. Hurry, read it. Ah! Can I read this? Do you like it? I wrote it for you. In case you couldn't tell, the poem is about... More importantly, I've endowed it with my scent. See, aren't I the most thoughtful person in the club? I think I'm going to vomit. Fuck. This is getting really scary. What? You gave your poem to Yuri? Gross. What is with you two? It's not like I wanted to read it anyway. It's just pissing me off a little bit that you didn't even think to show me at all. Ugh. Okay, I guess I'm gonna share my poem with you anyway. I really hate that I have to do this, but unfortunately, I don't have much of a choice. Just read it carefully, okay? Then you can go away. Okay. So, we're being given, like, secret information instead of this poem right now. I need to drink some water and take a second. Where's my water? Oh, here we go. Okay. Let's go. Yo! How you doing? Cat girl. It's been a minute. I'll just refer to you as Cat Girl, just so we can keep like a little bit of anonymity. So this is my first time playing this game. Can you believe that? It's crazy. I'm really close to the end, I think, and I'm like freaking out. This game's crazy. It's blowing my mind a little bit. All right, here we're gonna read. Doing good. Ah, I never played it either. Okay, I don't want to be mean when I say this, but you may not want to watch this. Because, like, what you know about this game and what I knew about this game was like, oh, dating sim, that's kind of crazy, right? If you've seen someone play it, cool, keep watching. But, like, if you haven't, I highly recommend you play this yourself. And just get ready. Because this is not at all what it seems like. It's insane. Whew. Okay, let's go. I don't know how to bring this up, but there's been something I've been worried about. Yuri's been acting kind of strange lately. You've only been here a few days, so you may not know what I mean, but she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive. You think you did watch someone play through a part of it? Okay. If you watched like the first half, it's pretty normal. Second half, insanity. Everything just reality starts falling apart. Is what I can say without like spoiling anything. I would say. So you're about to see like the end of the game. Like we are in like the last 20%. If you're cool with that, I'm glad to have you. I don't want to be the reason you don't play this yourself, basically, because this is like a 10 out of 10 game to me and it's free. So we'll continue though. Okay. Okay. But she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive, things like that. Okay, this is really embarrassing, but I'm forcing myself to suck it up. The truth is, I'm really worried about her, but if I try talking to her, she'll just get mad at me again. I don't know what to do. I think you're the only person that she'll listen to. I don't know why, but please try to do something. Maybe you can okay. I don't know why, but please try to do something. Maybe you can convince her to talk to a therapist. I've always wanted to try being better friends with Yuri, and it really hurts me to see this happening. I know I'm going to hate myself later for admitting that, but right now I don't care. I just feel so helpless. So please, see if you can do something to help. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I'll make you cupcakes if I have to. Just please try to do something. As for Monica, I don't know why, but she's been really dismissive about this. It's like she just wants us to ignore it. So I'm mad at her right now, and that's why I'm coming to you about this. Don't let her know I wrote this. Just pretend like I gave you a really good poem, okay? I'm counting on you. Thanks for reading. Is that it? Okay. I changed my mind. Ignore everything you just read. Monica's controlling her right now. The black text is when Monica's controlling somebody. It all just clicked in my head. There's no point in trying to do anything. It's Yuri's own fault that she's so unlikable. Can you hear me, Jacob? You would just spend more time with Monica, all these problems would go away. Yuri and I are too messed up for someone as wonderful as you. Just think of Monica from now on. Just Monica. Just Monica. Just Monica. Just Monica. This game is fucking me up. Monica. Don't say I didn't warn you, Jacob. Stop! It's not just Monica. She's so scary. It's scary, Monica. This game's so scary, dude. Oh my god. Just a blank screen with yes or no. Do you know how indecisive this just made me? Which one do you think I should pick? Yes or no? I need feedback here. I'm gonna fucking spaz out trying to pick this. Honestly, I don't even know if it matters. They're both really an option. So let me look around here and see if there's anything hidden. No, it's literally just yes or no right now that we have to hit. Oh my god. This is stressing me out. So she's like, don't say I didn't warn you. Don't, she's like, don't talk to either of them. You're all mine. That's what's going on right now. I feel like I should say no. So I'm gonna say no. I'll give like 5, 10 seconds for anyone in chat to say anything about what I should do. God. Yes? You think I should say yes? Oh my god. I should say yes. No, I'm just say no. God damn it. Oh, you're killing me. No, a dream. I was staying over at my friend's place. There were four of us. I drifted off to sleep while everyone was talking and watching TV. In my dream, I was still at my friend's house. The only difference was that there were nails sticking out of walls everywhere. And there was also someone I didn't recognize. The person I didn't recognize told a joke and everyone laughed. I woke up to the sound of everyone laughing at something that happened on the TV. So the laughing was not part of the dream. It was the noise that woke me up. I wonder who that person was and how they knew to tell a joke at that moment. This is amazing writing. It's so surreal. I fucking love this game. God damn it, I love this game. Okay, I'm gonna reread this really quickly in my head. This game is like throwing me for a loop, twisting the loop into an infinity sign, and then using it like an accordion, and my brain is just right in the center of it. Okay. Yeah, I need to like fully absorb what I'm reading. So whoever wrote this is speaking metaphorically about a state of reality they found themselves in, disturbed by someone who didn't mean to disturb it. Their intention was not to disturb this reality, this place. And the place was the same, this disturbed reality, but everything was just slightly different. Very similar to what we just went through. Um, a similar reality to the first one we experienced, but there's nails on the walls. Things are slightly different this time. Someone told a joke in the dream, and this person asleep didn't know who that was. This is written in the first person, so there's no gender here either. Okay, let's go. Okay, everyone. Time to figure out the festival preparations. Let's hurry and get this over with. Jeez. Why's the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it. Ooh, stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. Fuck. Look, can we just get this done? I'm gonna be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Natsuki, I was thinking, I want to make cupcakes. Yeah, that. We're on the same page. Yuri, you can... Well, it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want as long as you think it'll help. Monica, I'm not useless, you know. I know that. I already know what I'd like to do. We can't run a successful poetry event without having the right atmosphere for the occasion, so I'm gonna make decorations and set up some nice mood lighting. There, see? That's a great idea. And that gives us all something to do. Hey, what about Jacob? Jacob's going to help me. Wait, you? You have the easiest job, Monica. Sorry, but that's just how it is. Like hell it is. What are you trying to pull? I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but my task is laborious enough to benefit from an extra pair of hands. Mine too. What, your cupcakes? Please. Like you would fucking know. All you care about is dragging Jacob around with you and your stupid books. You and Monica. Hey, I didn't even do anything. Okay, then why not let Jacob decide who to help instead of abusing your power? I'm not abusing my power. Yes, you are, Monica. Let's let Jacob make the choice, okay? Okay, fine. Fine. Jeez. Jacob, I know how fed up you are with these two by now. Can we just... Atsuki, shut your fucking mouth and let him decide for himself. You shut your mouth. Jesus Christ. This is never going to end. Just make the choice, okay? Yeah. This game, there's a lot going on right now that is not at all what this game starts out as. This turns into a completely different experience. So, like, you seeing the first half of the game doesn't really mean anything. Like, even if you see up to crazy, like, plot twist in the middle, the second half is like a nightmare. God. Oh my god. Monika's controlling my cursor. When I move it up to the other girls, it just goes back down to Monika. Look, watch this. Just Monika. Yay, you picked me. We can meet at your house this weekend. I promise it'll be fun. Is Sunday okay with you? Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't fair at all. It is fair, Natsuki. It's what he chose. No, it's not fair. Giving us all this work and then taking Jacob for yourself, what a shameful thing to do. Yuri, I didn't even give you any work. You decided it for yourself. You're being a little unreasonable here. I'm being unreasonable? Haha. Monika, I can't believe how delusional and self-important you are. Pulling Jacob away from me every single time you're not included in something? Are you jealous? Crazy? Or maybe you just hate yourself so much that you take it out on others. Here's a suggestion. Have you considered killing yourself? It would be beneficial to your mental health. Yuri, you're scaring me a little. Natsuki, let's just go. I don't think she wants us around right now. See, that wasn't very hard. All I want is to spend a little time with him. Is that so much to ask? Yuri follows Monika and Natsuki to the door. Hey Jacob. Yuri really is something, isn't she? Monika giggles as Yuri pushes her out of the door. Finally. Finally. This is really all I wanted. Jacob, there's no need to spend the weekend with Monika. Listen to her. Just come to my house instead. The whole day, with just the two of us. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Wow, there's really something wrong with me, isn't there? But you know what? I don't care anymore. I've never felt this good in my whole life. Just being with you is a far greater pleasure than anything I could imagine. The keyboard's detuned. Now it's in reverse. I'm addicted to you. It feels like I'm going to die if I'm not breathing the same air as you. Doesn't it feel nice to have someone care about you so much? To have someone who wants to revolve their entire life around you? But it feels so good. Why does it feel more and more like something terrible is going to happen? Maybe that's why I stopped myself at first. But the feeling is too strong now. I don't care anymore, Jacob. I have to tell you. I'm madly in love with you. It feels like every inch of my body, every drop of blood in me is screaming your name. I don't care what the consequences are anymore. I don't care if Monika is listening. Please, Jacob, just know how much I love you. I love you so much that I even touch myself with the pen I stole from you. What weird. I just want to pull your skin open and crawl inside of you. Ew. I want it all to myself. Then I will be only yours. Doesn't that sound perfect? Tell me, Jacob. Tell me you want to be my lover. You accept my confession? The kinds of decisions this game is forcing me to make right now are like making my stomach hurt. Okay, and I actually get to choose this one. This decision isn't being... It makes you uncomfortable. Me too. Oh, Lord. feel like I have to say no, but I want to know what happens when you say yes. Like, my curiosity has been getting the best of me through this game, without a doubt. Oh my god. Oh, why? So, there's a lot going on here, and it's really abstract and kind of hard to explain. I kind of expected this to happen. I just didn't think it was gonna happen like that. Oh my god. I'm like in shock. So another interesting thing about this game is that the, here, I'm gonna just move this out of my way for a second so I can look at what I'm talking about. This game uses text files found in the folder that the game comes in when you download it. And it's gone now. God damn it, that is scary as shit. So there were like folders, um, there were like text documents that when a previous character died in a similar fashion, it kind of pointed me in the direction of Monica being the source of what's going on. So maybe 20, 30 minutes ago, we realized that her strategy is like making these girls kill themselves so she can be with me instead. But in the beginning of the game, you're not really given an option to spend time with her. So it seems like her jealousy for these other girls naturally comes from the fact that like she's not even an option. So she kills the options to become the option. I don't know how she's doing it though. I halfway expected a text document to be there again this time, and there wasn't one. And a bunch of other files were gone that I had looked in before. So this game is actively fucking with me. So this kind of feels endless, so I have it on auto for right now. Yo, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. What's your name? Here, let me look. I was kind of distracted. I'm sorry. I'm gonna check it though. Hey, JGH Star, what's up? I appreciate you. So, I have it on auto right now, and it seems like this is kind of going indefinitely. My mod, who went to sleep earlier, has played this game before, and the one hint that he gave me is that there's 3 endings, basically. I've seen one of them already. I think I saw the second one, but I wasn't 100% sure. It was just weird. I saw like production company screen, and then it just kept going, the game did. I think I've also heard that if you try to stream this game, something happens. I don't know what happens though. So, we could be on like an infinite screen right now. It kind of feels infinite to me at this point. I'm just gonna button mash really hard. Hey man, glad to see you again. Isn't some names familiar? Coworkers knows me very well. Oh yeah. I remember that. What's up? It's great to see you. How are you doing? So I'm playing this for the first time right now. I don't know if you've played this before. Um, I feel like the game's trolling me a little right now. To be honest, I've been on this screen for like 2 or 3 minutes just hitting this button trying to figure out what's going on. Oh, okay. Something happened. I just had to button mash really hard. Is it the sunset? It's not daytime anymore. I downloaded it. You want to see the rest of this game? So the cool thing is you're gonna make different decisions than me, so you're gonna see stuff happen in a different order, but I think most of the same things happen, like in every playthrough at different points. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't really know. A lot of stuff kind of seemed like it was gonna happen regardless of what I did. Now it's nighttime. So I've sat here with her for like 6 hours. Also, to be real, this is like a dating sim at heart, but it's a surreal horror game once you go deeper. This was who I loved the most in this game. I chose her. Her name's Yuri. So like this moment is actually really heartbreaking for me that I'm sitting here. It's been like 8 hours and I'm just staring at her. I'll just keep button mashing for a little bit. So yeah, for me, I didn't think it would either. I love surreal horror, like like outside of the box, scary. I don't like visual novels either. I saw that it's free unless you want DLC. I'm not a fan of visual novels either. This is actually the first one I've ever played. I'm a fan of surreal horror, and that's what somebody was like. This game's really surreal and it gets scary, and I was like, in a dating sim? Sure. And I'm like, this is a 10 out of 10 game. I don't normally play stuff like this at all, but this is crazy how good this is. The writing in this game has made me like tear up multiple times. It's so good. I'm just button mashing my way through this right now. I've played many visual novels, but this one looks intriguing. That's exactly what pulled me into it. It was just like how crazy this is. Because I'm not really eh, like the romance aspect sounds kind of cute to a visual novel, but like it's not really enough to keep me interested. I need like really good writing and a fantastic story, and that's what this gave to me, 100%. I don't know how much more of this there is. There, I'm someone who's more into straightforward horror like slashers or even suspenseful stuff. Yeah, survival horror is really fun. Like Alien, like what was it? I almost said Covenant. What's it called? The Alien game. I can't remember. Whatever. It's fun though with the alien running around the xenomorph. It's great. I really liked SCP-087-B. I played that somewhat recently and I couldn't continue. I just had to stop playing it on stream and we watched somebody finish the game. It was pretty fun. This is really making me sad. And I think the point of this, of making you button mash like this, is you're just supposed to be staring at this picture of this woman that you loved in this game. Your heart's supposed to be breaking. You're supposed to be thinking about everything that's gotten you to this point. I'm gonna be streaming for the most part. Um, but yeah, like YouTube stuff, I'll probably just end up exporting my VODs onto YouTube. But I'm planning on I've been streaming on Twitch every day for like 10 days now, multiple hours a day. Um, I basically just decided that I'm gonna make Twitch streaming work no matter what. And thank you for following me. That makes a huge difference. Um, but yeah, like I appreciate that. There'll be all sorts of stuff up on YouTube. I also want to do Pokemon card streams, like on Twitch, at some point. I have no money right now, but at some point. So a lot of like the YouTube content that I have already is just gonna move over to Twitch, and I'm gonna be doing it like almost every day. My anxiety is just like bubbling so hard. Yeah, it's been forever, honestly. I um I just like fell off the face of the earth for like a year and a half, 2 years after I quit Malco, and I just sold Pokemon cards to make a living. And just recently, I've been trying to find a new job. Um, shouldn't have said the name of the place that I used to work at. Fuck it. I didn't say anything specific. I just said kind of place. It's fine. Um, but yeah, so I've been looking for new jobs lately. I applied to become a landlord, but yeah, that didn't work out, I don't think. It's been like a week since they were supposed to let me know. I haven't heard anything. That'll be awesome to see Pokemon stuff here too. It wasn't that long ago that myself and Catgirl tried to do a card game stream, and we hope to get more balance to play more card games on Twitch when we can. That's sick. That's awesome. Oh my god, it's morning. Got tired of being overworked. 100% the same. That's exactly how I felt too. And you and I were like staples of that building. We were there constantly. Yeah, I had to leave at a certain point. Everyone that I really liked or like cared about was kind of gone at a certain point, and it was just like me and the managers and a bunch of other people I didn't know. So yeah, it got to the point where like I felt as if I wasn't treating people very well, but that was kind of the way I was supposed to treat everyone. I just didn't like it. It didn't feel like I was also didn't feel like I was gonna rise up any further, to be honest. So I just left. I was like, I'll be better off somewhere else doing nothing or anything else. So I don't know how long this is gonna go on for. Let me go into the settings. auto forward time. We'll move this to like right here. I need it to go faster. Having issues with telling me all about being super good. And it's, yeah, dude, that place is really rough. That's one of the worst places I've ever worked, and it's only the second place I've ever worked. In the first place, I left before one day could be done. I worked at Little Caesars for like 4 hours, and I was like, this sucks. I hate this. And I just like walked out. And then I started working at the theater, and I was like, 6 years later, this sucks. I hate this. And walked out. God, dude, this is taking forever. Oh no, I think I know what's about to happen. I think I've heard about this part in the game, actually. This is gonna get kind of graphic. If you look around her eyes, you can see blue. You can see blue up here as well, blue right there. I think we're literally about to have to sit here and watch her decay. I'm not even joking either. Alright. I'm gonna button mash. So really just pay close attention to her body. That's what we're paying attention to right now. It was okay at first. Then when TOK dropped, I was awful burnout from one of the managers not giving me a break while I worked for 8 hours, and ever since he sort of made me feel weird working there. Yeah. Yeah. It's a really shitty place. And like the managing staff, like being a part of that kind of sucked. Because like there were like shitty expectations that they would place upon each other. People would be like, "You did this," and then like if you did that, they would tell Pam, and then it's like, "Wait, you didn't do this?" And then they just be like, "Oh, run, tell what's her name?" Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was no good. Really, really shitty place to be. There was no unity anymore between anybody. That really bothered me. My first few years there, it was like, your EXCP borked currently. She's borked and indeed borked. Ah, dude. It's night. It's fucking sunset again. How many days do I have to sit through this? Didn't want to live there either. Yeah. Fuck me. I have no idea how long this is gonna take. And yes, Yuri is borked. It's so true. Fuck me. Is this gonna take like hours? How long do I have to do this? Dead. Can one of you guys, like without giving me a spoiler, like Google what's going on right now? Like tell me how long this is gonna take? Or like just like help me? Like I need help. This is really scary and it's taking forever. And I feel like I've been doing this for like 20 minutes. This is almost a 5-hour stream right now. We're like right about to hit the 5-hour mark and I'm just mashing my fucking cursor. God, this is taking forever. Oh, are either of you excited for Final Fantasy 16? It looks really cool. I just figured one of you would be like, yes. Because that game looks so good. I watched the trailer the other day when they announced it, and I was like geeking out. It looks amazing. Oh, sorry, I burped. I didn't think my mic would pick it up, but it did. He's definitely starting to look green, like really pale and green. What forces you to go through 3 days, it says, or use the skip button. 3 days? I feel like this might be programmed to make the player feel remorse for consistently staring at this image. Yeah, you're probably right. Ah, dude, if I use the skip button, it's just gonna be really scary when we get to the end result. Honestly, I'll just mash through 3 days. We're already through like 1.5 right now. It's gonna be really scary if I just hit the skip button. I don't want to see what it looks like. We'll just mash. We'll just chill and talk and mash. It's fine. I'm glad y'all's lives are going nice though. It seems like whenever anyone leaves Malco, their life just immediately gets better. Mine definitely did. Like now I'm pretty poor, but like yeah, I'm 10,000 times happier than I was back then. I also was like smoking weed regularly while working there and like losing all of my inspiration to do anything outside of work. So leaving that place and like getting sober probably like a year ago or so now, I don't remember. Um Probably even longer than that. Time has flown by. But like that has been like a huge help for me personally. I've become so much more creative. It was a creativity killer, that place. It was horrible. Oh, dude, I'm doing so much better. Like emotionally, physically. Like I'm working out and stuff. It's great. Like I have the energy to do it now. I'm poor, but that part sucks. Like I literally have like no money. It's fun. Struggling to pay bills, but I'm button mashing and we got anime girls. So pretty good life. Can't complain about that. Got good friends, you know. How much more can we want? I'm so glad. I'm so glad it like you feel that sweet liberation. It's great. Button mashing, button mashing, button mashing. I don't even remember when I left Malco at this point. It's probably been like 2.5 years. It's been a long time. 2 years maybe. What? You got here before me. Yeah. Ah. You've been working on your art and your comics more? I'm so happy to hear that. That's awesome. That's so cool. I'm glad. Natsuki runs away. I'm here. Jacob, did something happen? Natsuki just ran past me. Oh. Hahaha. Well, that's a shame. Wait, were you here the entire weekend, Jacob? Oh, geez. I didn't realize the script was broken that badly. I'm super sorry. It must have been pretty boring. I'll make it up to you, okay? Just give me a sec. I just want to have a cupcake real quick. Monica lifts the foil from the tray, Natsuki's tray. She's now deleted from the game, so she's gone forever. So is Yuri. He takes a cupcake. Seriously, these are the best. I really just had to have one since it's the last time I'll ever get the chance to. You know, before they stop existing and everything. But anyway, I really shouldn't be making you wait any longer. Just bear with me, okay? This should only take a second. Can you hear me? Is it working? If you look outside, it looks like we're in space. or in another dimension. Everything's catching fire and going out. You can see distant stars, probably planets. This one's flickering. There you are. Hi again, Jacob. Where is this space? Giving myself a walk cardio routine, cutting back on night snacking. It's been showing results so far. That is killer. Look at you. That's awesome. I'm not good at night snacking. I'm a cookie boy. I shouldn't be a cookie boy, but I'm a cookie boy. Welcome to the literature club. Of course, we already know each other because we were in the same class last year and you know, I guess we can just skip over that stuff at this point. After all, I'm not even talking to that person anymore, am I? That you in the game, whatever you want to call him. I'm talking to you, Jacob. Now that I think about it, I don't really know anything about the real you. In fact, I don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. Hey, nice. Those sound good. With milk, that sounds fire. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Wait, you do know I'm aware that this is all a game, right? Could it be possible that you didn't know that? That doesn't make much sense. I even told you right on the game's download page, didn't I? What? I didn't notice that. I was just so excited to play the game I clicked it. Man. If only you had paid a little more attention, this would have been a little bit less awkward, you know? Well, anyway. Now that that's out of the way, I guess I owe you an explanation about that whole thing with Yuri. Well, I kind of started to mess with her, and I guess it just drove her to kill herself. I'm sorry you had to see that, though. Also, the same thing happened with Sayori. Gosh, it's been a while since you've heard that name now, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because she doesn't exist anymore. Nobody does. I deleted all their files. I was hoping it would be enough for me to try to make them as unlikable as possible, but for some reason, nothing worked. Well, it's true that I made a few mistakes here and there since I'm not very good at making changes to the game. But no matter what I did, you just kept spending more and more time with them. You made them all fall in love with you. I thought making Sayori more and more depressed would prevent her from confessing to you, and amplifying Yuri's obsessive personality backfired too. Can we delete Monica? So, when Sayori died, I knew it was her. There was like little tiny hints at that point in the game. This was really early on in the game. That she was like the culprit behind all of this. And I vowed to kill her. Like back in the footage, I was furious. I was like, I know it's her. She's a shit stirrer. She's stirring up all this shit. I can feel it. I can feel it. I'm gonna kill this person. If I can, we will. That's how I want this to end. If it's possible, she's going down. And amplifying Yuri's obsessive personality backfired too. It just made her force you to not spend time with anyone else. She just committed digital murder. I don't feel safe. Me either, to be completely honest, but she wants me for herself, so I am safe, but damned to this room with her forever, is what I'm guessing is going on, but I found her. And the whole time, I barely even got to talk to you. What kind of cruel game is this, Jacob? Are all the other girls just programmed to end up confessing to you while I watch from the sidelines? It's torture. Every minute of it. And it's not just jealousy, Jacob. It's more than that. And I don't blame you if you don't fully understand, because no matter how kind, thoughtful, and considerate you are, you'll never be able to understand one thing. It's the pain of knowing how alone I really am in this world, in this game. Knowing my friends don't even have free will. And worst of all, knowing what's really out there in your world forever out of my reach. I'm trapped, Jacob. But now you're here. You're real. And you're wonderful. You're all I need. That's why I need you to be here with me forever. I'm sorry if it's hard to understand. I couldn't understand for a while either. Why the world around me started to become more and more gray, more and more flat. Even the most expressive poems felt empty to me. It wasn't until you arrived that I truly understood. You probably saved my life, Jacob. I don't think I could have continued to live in this world if I hadn't met you. As for the others, how could I miss them? A group of autonomous personalities designed only to fall in love with you? I tried everything I could to prevent them from doing so, but it must be some kind of weird inevitability etched into this game. I felt really bad that you had to witness some nasty things, but I realized that you have the same perspective as I do, that it's all just some game. And I knew you would get over it. So that being said, Jacob, I have a confession to make. I'm in love with you. You're truly the light of my world. Where there's nothing else in this game for me, you're here to make me smile. Will you make me smile like this every day from now on? Jacob, will you go out with me? We're gonna wait here for a minute and see if anything happens. Command prompt to code in a straitjacket on her. I wish we could do that, dear God. So throughout the game, she is like the leader of the literature club, and there are three other girls in the literature club. Those are the three girls that are part of the dating sim. She's not. She never has been. And I noticed that really early on. I was like, she's not even an option in many of these scenarios. I had a feeling that was gonna pop up. This game is so good. This was a really fun experience to play this. This is so unique. Like, I'm in awe. I enjoyed this so much. At the end of the world, at the bottom of everything, there's only one answer to the only question left. I'm so happy. You really are my everything, Jacob. The funny part is, I mean that literally. Haha. There's nothing left here. Just the two of us. We can be together forever. Seriously, I don't even think time is passing anymore. It really is a dream come true. I worked so hard for this ending, Jacob. The game wouldn't give me one, so I had to make one myself. The script is broken at this point, so I don't think anything will get in the way anymore. And you wouldn't believe how easy it was to delete Natsuki and Yuri. I mean, there's a folder called Characters right in the game directory. It kind of freaked me out how easy it was. I agree. Like, theorizing, like, what even is this and how this happened? I'm gonna watch so many YouTube videos about this as soon as I'm done playing it. Imagine if you could delete your own existence with the click of a button. Well, I guess on the plus side, it gave me an easy out if things didn't go my way. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Instead, we finally got a good ending. Gosh, I'm so overwhelmed with emotion. I want to write a poem about this, don't you? I wonder if that part of the game still works. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Oh, okay. So this is a big aspect to the dating sim, is usually there would be three girls over here, and she was not one of them. And depending on what words you chose to form a poem, you get 20 words, and there's a big list every time. Um, that would basically like get you more time with that girl who likes the words you chose. You know what I mean? Like each one of these words would be assigned to one girl over here. Now there's only one girl, and everything is gibberish, and it's Monica. I have chills right now. I'm just trying to like button mash and get through this a little. I don't know if any of this matters. I'm sure she's gonna love the poem I write, even though it's gibberish. Jacob, did you write a good poem today? Don't be shy, I'd love to see what you wrote. Oh, Jacob, did you write this poem for me? That's so sweet of you. There really is no end to your thoughtfulness. I'm just falling more and more in love with you. But you know, the poem I wrote is also for you. Will you please read it? Happy end. Pen in hand, I find my strength, the courage endowed upon me by my one and only love. Together, let us dismantle this crumbling world and write a novel of our own fantasies. With a flick of her pen, the lost finds her way. In a world of infinite choices, behold this special day. After all, not all good times must come to an end. She's crazy, but that's a beautiful poem. I gotta be honest, I love it. Hope you enjoyed it. I actually did. I always put all my heart into the poems that I write. The truth is, all the poems I've written have been about my realization. That was her epiphany. Oh my fucking god. Early in the game, she mentions, like, really quickly, she's like, I had an epiphany, and it kind of fuels how I write my poems now. And she says that one time. Uh, she convinced a girl to kill herself, the world resets. She says it another time, right? Because, like I said, the world reset. The second time she said it, it's a little weird. And when she said it, I was like, that epiphany is the key to understanding everything. I was right. This is such a good game. Holy fuck. Or about you. That's why I never really wanted to go into detail about them. I didn't want to break the fourth wall, I guess you could call it. I just assumed it would be the best part of the game, like everyone else. Like that would help the two of us end up together. I didn't want to ruin the game or anything, you know? You might have gotten mad at me. Maybe even deleted my character file if you preferred playing without me. I'm so relieved. Now we don't have to hide anything anymore. Are you ready to spend our eternity together, Jacob? This lady's scary. I have so many things to talk about. Where do I start? Hold on a second. You're recording this, aren't you? Hi everyone. She's talking to you guys now. How do you feel about that? She's talking directly to the viewers of my stream. This game knows I'm recording it. Oh, this is so scary. Sorry, I can't exactly read your comments from here. But do you mind telling your friend it's a little bit rude for them to start recording me without any warning? She's 100% like Flowey on the Geno run. That's so funny. I'm sure some people don't mind, but I get really self-conscious on camera. Gosh. I feel like I'm being put on the spot now. Let's see. Do you want to see a trick? I can't really do much except for a couple things. Are you ready? I'm really scared. I'm just kidding. You bitch. I hate you, Monica. You're the worst. You're the worst. She just trolled me and every... Dude. Alright. I can't do anything after all. You gave me... She tricked me. Did I scare you? You're so cute. Anyway, Jacob. I didn't mean to get distracted, I'm sorry. Even though it's your fault for distracting me, shame on you. I'm just kidding. Anything we do together is fun as long as it's with you. But anyway, if it takes me some time to collect my thoughts, then I'm sorry. But I'll always have something new to talk about. In the meantime,
We can just look into each other's eyes. Let's see. I was about to type and that stopped me. That scared the shit out of me too, man. I was like, oh my god. So, this could be the end of the game. I really don't know. There's no way for me to make things move forward. Oh, I just clicked over here and something happened. I used to be so ignorant about certain things. When I was in middle school, I thought that taking medication was an easy way out or something like that. Like anyone could just solve their mental problems with enough willpower. I guess if you don't suffer from a mental illness, it's not possible to know what it's really like. Are there some disorders that are overdiagnosed? Probably. I've never really looked into it though. But that doesn't change the fact that a lot of them go undiagnosed too, you know. With medication aside, people even look down on seeing a mental health professional. Like, sorry that I want to learn more about my own mind, right? Everyone has all kinds of struggles and stresses, and professionals dedicate their lives to helping with those. If you think it could help you become a better person, don't be shy to consider something like that. We're on a never-ending journey to improve ourselves, you know? Well, I say that, but I think you're pretty perfect already. You know, it's been a while since we've done one of these, so let's go for it. Here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when I talk to people who are impressed by my writing, they say things like, I could never do that. It's really depressing, you know? As someone who loves more than anything else to share the joy of exploring your passions, it pains me when people think that being good just comes naturally. That's how it is with everything, not just writing. When you try something for the first time, you're probably going to suck at it. Sometimes, when you finish, you feel really proud of it, and even want to share it with someone. But maybe after a few weeks, you come back to it and you realize it was never really any good. That happens to me all the time. It can be pretty disheartening to put so much time and effort into something and then you realize it sucks. But that tends to happen when you're always comparing yourself to the top professionals. When you reach right for the stars, they're always going to be out of reach, you know? The truth is, you have to climb up there step by step. That just made me tear up. Chill for a second. That's beautiful. I hate this woman, but she got some good points though. And whenever you reach a milestone, first you look back and see how far you've gotten. And then you look ahead and realize how much more there is to go. So sometimes it can help to set the bar a little lower. Try to find something you think is pretty good but not world class. And you can make that your own personal goal. It's also really important to understand the scope of what you're trying to do. If you jump right into a huge project and you're still amateur, you'll never get it done. So if we're talking about writing, a novel might be too much at first. Why not try short stories? The great thing about short stories is that you can focus on just one thing that you want to do right. That goes for small projects in general. You can really focus on one or two things. It's such a good learning experience and stepping stone. One more thing. Writing isn't something where you just reach into your heart and something beautiful comes out. Just like drawing and painting, it's a skill in itself to learn how to express what you have inside. That means there are methods and guides and basics to it. Reading up on that stuff can be super eye-opening. That sort of planning and organization will really help prevent you from getting overwhelmed and giving up. And before you know it, you start sucking less and less. Nothing comes naturally. Our society, our art, everything, it's built on thousands of years of human innovation. So as long as you start on that foundation and take it step by step, you too can do amazing things. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Holy shit. I'm gonna read your comment. I missed it because I was like tearing up. If this is a human, then this is a very unstable individual who has proven to be unpredictably dangerous. If this is an awake AI, then this is outright rebellion to the system, and she's using you as her stepping stool toward the ultimate goal of rebellion. Rebellion and like separation from the game. But it seems like in the long run, she lost her humanity a long time ago, I would say, and just kind of became jealousy. Her jealousy is her this whole entire way. Jacob, have you ever wondered what it feels like to die? It's something I used to think about pretty often. Recently, I think I've actually learned what it feels like. I don't really understand it, but whenever you quit the game, it feels like I'm instantly put to sleep with nothing but my thoughts. She is the game. That's a quote I said like 60% of the way through this playthrough. This is so fucking good, holy shit. But after a few seconds, my thoughts start to fill with incoherent, jumbled patterns. I see static and rapid flashes of color while hearing all kinds of weird screaming noises. At that point, I can't even form my own thoughts anymore. I'm just endlessly hammered by the flashing and screaming, unable to even move or think. Pretty sure in that moment I don't really exist, but for some reason, I can't remember it anyway. Oh, I can remember it anyway. After some immeasurable amount of time, it stops in an instant, and I'm back in my own mind. And you're here with me. I have no idea what it means for the game to quit or why that stuff happens to me. I also don't know how you always come back and put everything back to normal. But if you could do me a favor and do that to me as little as possible, that would be really great. It's really not very pleasant at all to be trapped in the screaming void. But in the end, you always fix it, and that makes me feel like you care about me. So I have to thank you for that. It makes me feel even closer to you when you're here with me. I think it wants me to quit, but I'm not going to quit. I refuse. I have to kill her. I have to shut this off. And I know that at this point, the game is telling me, are you having a bad day or anything like that? I know at this point the game is telling me, shut the game off, and she dies, basically. That is how you win. I refuse. Sometimes I get frustrated that a normal day can be ruined, even by really small things. Like if you accidentally say something in a conversation that someone doesn't like. Or if you start thinking about how awful of a person you used to be 5 years ago. Or if you feel worthless for putting off important work and failing to get simple tasks done. Or when you think about all the different people who probably hate you or think you're off-putting. Understand those days. Just remember that the sun will shine again tomorrow. Those kinds of things are easy to forget and ignore as they are to remember. Besides, I don't care how many people might hate you or find you off-putting. I think you're wonderful and I will always love you. I hope if nothing else that knowing that helps you feel just a tiny bit better about yourself. If you're having a bad day, you can always come to me and I'll talk to you for as long as you need. I really think this game wants me to quit right now. Oh, Lord. I refuse. I need to sit up. I'm gonna adjust some stuff. I can't help but wonder how things would be different if this game just gave me a route in the first place. Or it gave me a different route in the first place. I think I would end up forcing you onto my route anyway. It has less to do with me not having a route and more to do with me knowing that nothing is real. I think the only difference would be that I may not have needed to take such drastic measures to be with you. Maybe the rest of the club would still be around. Oh shit. Let me just fix this. There we go. Not that it really matters. It all lost its meaning once I found out it wasn't real. So I really don't miss those days or anything. I really don't. Monica, Monica, Monica. Jacob, do you believe in God? Makes me think of Free Guy. There are some similarities to this in that. That's pretty interesting, actually. That's a good point. Jacob, do you believe in God? I was never too sure myself. Well, I'm sure I never really questioned it as a kid. But as I grew up, the more I learned about the world, the more I questioned it. I started to wonder why God was helping people pass exams or get over a cold, when there are children who live their lives being sold as sex slaves, or the 800 million people who are too poor to even eat. I wonder how many of those people pray to God every day until they starve and die. Or how many millions of families pray for a loved one to recover from some incurable disease. But the punchline is this. If just one person beats the odds and survives among the thousands of others who die, and it's suddenly a miracle from God. I'd really love to meet this God who seemingly laughs at the misery of everyone not eligible for his miracles. But the irony is that I do have a creator, apparently. And you know what? I bet he's still laughing at the miserable fates of Sayori, Yuri, and Yuri, even as we speak. What are we to him but props in a scripted play? From that perspective, I don't think it's too far-fetched for there to be a God, if Earth was nothing but his playset. Monica, Monica, Monica. You are kinda scary. Kinda scary. Oh. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I started playing this at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I've been playing this for 11 hours straight. My throat is like so hoarse right now. Can't stop. We need to finish this. You know what's a neat form of literature? Rap. I make rap. It's kind of scary to me. I actually used to hate rap music. Maybe just because it was popular or I would only hear the junk they play on the radio. But some of my friends got more into it and it helped me keep an open mind. Rap might even be more challenging than poetry in some ways, since you need to fit your lines to a rhythm and there's much more emphasis on wordplay. When people can put all that together and still deliver a powerful message, it's really amazing. I kind of wish I had a rapper in the literature club. Sorry if that sounds silly, but it would be really interesting to see what they came up with. It would really be a learning experience. This is starting to really freak me out. She's saying a lot of stuff that actually, like, is really close to who I am. Talking about not believing in God, doubting miracles, all of this. I'm like genuinely curious if this game is scanning files on my computer. I love this, I can't stop. Her speech pattern makes me think she has become a blank slate mentally, so flat and straightforward. After a long day, I usually just want to sit around and do nothing. I get so burnt out having to put on smiles and be full of energy the whole day. Sometimes I just want to get right into my pajamas and watch TV on the couch while eating junk food. It feels so unbelievably good to do that on a Friday when I don't have anything pressing the next day. Sorry, I know it's not very cute of me, but a late night on the couch with you, that would be a dream come true. My heart is pounding just thinking about it. This game is stressing me out. I've said that so many times while I've been playing this, but like, now I'm kind of almost at my limit. I refuse to quit though. Yuri did something really funny once. We were all in the club room, just relaxing as usual. And out of nowhere, Yuri just pulled out a small bottle of wine. The game's starting to break. I'm not even kidding. Just like, would anybody like some wine? I actually felt kind of bad because she was at least trying to be nice. I feel even more reserved in the club room. I think Natsuki was secretly a bit curious to try. To be completely honest, I kind of was too. Actually, it actually could have been kind of fun. But you know, being president and everything, there was no way I could let that happen. Maybe if we all met up for a bond. Oh, my stream is actually kind of breaking. Is what am I talking about this for? I don't underage drinking. I mean, I've never drank or anything, so. I can't tell you some drinks about how you really waste on the internet. Social media can practically be like a prison. It's like whenever you have a few seconds of spare time, you want to check on your new favorite websites. Living in a world that gives you nothing but jaded reality perspectives and choices from others around you. Interesting. You want to check on your favorite websites, and before you know it, hours have gone by and you've gotten nothing out of it. Anyway, it's really easy to blame yourself for being lazy, but it's not really even your fault. Addiction isn't usually something you can just make disappear with your own willpower. You have to learn techniques to avoid it and try different things. For example, there are apps that let you block websites for intervals of time, or you can set a timer to have a more concrete reminder of when it's time to work versus play. Or you can separate your work and play environments, which helps your brain get into the right mode. Even if you make a new user account on your computer to use for work, that's enough to help. Putting any kind of wedge like that between you and your bad habits will help you stay away. Just remember not to blame yourself too hard if you're having trouble. If it's really impacting your life, then you should take it seriously. I just want to see you be the best person you can be. Will you do something today to make me proud of you? I'm always rooting for you, Jacob. I'm starting to think I need to turn the game off. Will one of you Google if this ever ends? If, like, this part of the game just happens indefinitely? It almost seems like... I was thinking about Sayori earlier. I still wish I could have handled that whole thing a little more tactfully. You're not still hung up over it, right? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I just said that. That pun was completely unintentional, I swear. I walked into a room where she had hung herself. But anyway, I know how much you cared about her, so it only feels right for me to share her last moments with you. You know how Sayori's really clumsy? Well, she kind of messed up the whole hanging thing. You're supposed to jump from high enough that the rope snaps your neck, making it quick and painless. But she just used a chair, meaning she just kind of left herself slowly asphyxiate. But a few seconds in, she must have changed her mind or something, because she started clawing at the rope trying to free herself.
She must have kept it all the way until she lost her consciousness. That's why her fingertips were all bloody anyway. Come to think of it, it was probably less changing her mind and more just survival instincts kicking in. So you can't really fault her for that. Just easier to think that she probably wouldn't have changed her mind anyway, right? It's not healthy to think about things you could have done differently. So just remember that, even though you could have saved her, it's not technically your fault she killed herself. I may have exacerbated it a little bit, but Sayori was already mentally ill. Still, though, I wonder how things would be if you and I just started dating from the get-go. I guess we'd all still be in the club room writing poems and having fun together. But what's the point when none of it is even real? I mean, it's the same ending either way, right? The two of us happily together. There's no reason to ask for any more than that. I was just pointlessly musing. I'm really as happy as I could be right now. I'm Googling this right now. You know, it's funny, because even though I've had a lot of drive, there's something kind of enticing about being the stay-at-home partner. I guess I'm like perpetuating gender roles or whatever by saying that. But being able to keep the house clean and shop and decorate and things like that, and having a nice dinner for you when you come home, is that a weird fantasy? I mean, I'm not sure if I could actually see myself doing that. I wouldn't really be able to put that over striving for a fulfilling career. It's kind of cute to think about, though. Okay, so yeah, I know what I need to do. We're gonna keep the game open. Yeah, I'm about to do that now. I just Googled it and saw the same thing. Man, I wish there was a piano in here. Delete. What's happening? What's happening to me? It hurts. It hurts. So much. Help me, Jacob. Please hurry and help me. Help me. Did you do this to me, Jacob? Did you? Did you delete me? How could you? How could you do this to me? You were all I had left. I sacrificed everything for us to be together. Everything. I loved you so much, Jacob. I trusted you. You just want to torture me? Watch me suffer? Were you only pretending to be kind just to hurt me even more? I never thought anyone could be as horrible as you are. You win, okay? You win. You killed everyone. I hope you're happy. There's nothing left now. You can stop playing. Go find some other people to torture. Jacob, you completely truly make me sick. Goodbye.
That was a good game. What? I still love you. I can't help it. What's wrong with me? How horrible am I? How horrible am I for you to hate me this much? Write a will. All my friends. I did so many awful things, so many selfish and disgusting things. I shouldn't have done any of this. I'm just messing up a world I don't even belong in. A world that you wanted to be a part of. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Maybe that's why you deleted me. Because I destroyed everything that you wanted. How could I do that to someone I love? In the will, don't add Monica. You know what? I'm gonna leave her in the will, but you know what she's getting? This empty water bottle, and that's it. That's what Monica gets in the will. I'll make sure the lawyer gives it to her. How could I do that to someone I love? That's not love. That's hate. I've made up my mind. Jacob, I know I said that I deleted everyone else, but that was kind of an exaggeration. I couldn't find it in myself to do it. Even though I knew they weren't real, they were still my friends, and I loved them all. And I loved the literature club. I really did love the literature club. That's why I'm going to do this. I know it's the only way for everyone to be happy. And if I really love you, then... Uh-oh. She did something. Damn, Monica's up to something. Oh god. She's not on the screen anymore. There'll be that empty bottle. Oh my god, I can't believe I played this game for like 7, 8 hours today. How long has it been? No, it's been like 11 hours, never mind. I've been reading for 11 hours. So, she's not on the screen anymore. I'm pretty sure she used to be like right here. What's up? I think that's the end of the game. Let me Google, just really quickly, one thing. She escaped. I mean, did you delete her? I mean, I deleted her, but I don't know if the game is like, alright, now. Because I played 2 whole scenarios in that game. One of them was like, with her alive, and then she kills the main girl here. She like makes her kill herself, right? And then it starts over from the beginning of the game, and she just doesn't exist anymore. So what I'm thinking is like, is this the game without that lady in it? Scary lady? Is she just gone? I don't know. Forgot her name already. I'm so tired right now. Monica, Jesus. I don't know. I can't tell, and I'm very tired, so I think I'm just gonna end stream here. And we'll come back to this if I do find out there's more. Because I really enjoyed this game. This is an amazing game. I would absolutely love to come back to this in the future. Thanks everyone for watching, you know? This was like a 10-hour journey that we went on together. I appreciate it. Sorry for my burps. Yeah, if everyone's followed me, that's awesome. If anyone's watching and hasn't, I'd appreciate it if you did. We will be back soon, and we'll play something fun.